You are listening to a Dynamicworksproductions podcast. This show is available on iTunes, Stitcher Radio Network, and many, many more podcast services around the world. You can find all our content, music, videos, books, podcasts, and more on our website, www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Have questions, comments, or concerns for us? Head on over to the social tab on www.dynamicworksproductions.com if you'd like to talk to us. Now, on with the show. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Fork in Your Ear podcast. I'm your host, as always, author, podcaster, and gamer, Tim K. Trotter. Joining me is the sniffliest of foos, Nate Foo.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Folks, I asked him just 30 seconds ago, since he said he felt like abject ass, if he still wanted to do the show, and he said yes.
Yes.
So this is his thing. We are not live this week at his request, which is fine by me. And although you can't see it, I am drinking from a Star Wars Galaxy's Edge Blue Milk cup that
With
happens to have a much more expensive, complicated story behind why there's a glowing ice cube in it.
That was
that
worth
Nate
it.
was actually a part of.
The only reason it was expensive was you had to get that souvenir mug. I think the souvenir mug was a third of the bill.
Yeah, it was. I dropped so much money on the fucking on those drinks. It was like over $200.
It wasn't. It was like 148.
Was it?
Yeah.
I had a lot to drink, and you did some extra math for me.
Yeah, I remember seeing the bill before the courtesy cup went on there, and I was like, that's actually not bad. I was expecting to see like a $200 bill, and I was more than willing to chip in. You're like, nope, this one's on Tim. Okay.
Yeah, I do believe my exact words were, I have vacation money.
Right. But yeah, no, it was. I was surprised how minimal the bill was considering LA prices, and then add the Disneyland tax onto it.
That we were in the resort,
right?
Technically, like so.
I guess they figure they got you going and coming in the resort. They can at least cut you some slack on the libations. Who knows?
I guess.
But yeah, no, that was.
Or probably Disney gets them in such volume that they can. Probably on the quantity of booze that they purchase, I bet you.
Sure.
They're getting a break so they can. So what may seem normal Seattle drink prices, they're probably making, 85%.
Right.
Something on it.
Yeah, it was good times, I will say, and we had our share. I want to say that that table had at least 10 glasses on it.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. There was a lot of glasses.
You pre-gamed, so
I had pre-gamed so much by accident that specific evening.
By finger quotes, accident. Yeah.
No. It really was. Like the flight had some booze, and then like the next 2 days had nothing, and I was like, this is too dry for this shit. And I like found some $14 White Claws, which was atrocious, in some shop somewhere, and I like drank some of those one evening. And then the evening I caught up with you, I had had a like a hot buttered rum or something
Okay.
before dinner, and then at dinner I had some tropical vodka something,
Right.
and then of course, exercise by way of walking the distance through the lands to meet Sir Natefu here, and then of course bumbling around trying to find the bar that your brother-in-law was
Right.
talking about,
We
which ended up just
basically
happening to be the bar that was on my resort hotel.
right, that was much
Uh,
closer than
yeah,
the path that we walked.
yeah, we walked a shit path, that's for sure.
Yeah,
That's for
when
sure.
I left you, it dumped me out in a completely different part of the parking lot, and I started walking, and I went, "Wait a minute, none of this looks familiar." So yeah,
Oh,
my
that's
bumbling
understandable.
path back was even worse. Thankfully, at that point,
Gosh.
the trams were running um, off the main thoroughfare, off of the downtown strip. There, I didn't have to walk all the way back to the front of the park.
Yeah. If you're listening at home, which I'm sure you are, kids, those thoroughly confused, my Disneyland vacation occurred, and me and Nate Fu met up
Yes.
in the real IRL.
There was a reason
I
we didn't
bought.
have a show as per schedule last week is because he was
Sure.
here.
I was not. I was not in the studio, as it
Right.
were.
I offered to bring the studio to him, but
You did. Could you have imagined if we had done that with like the tiki bar music in the background? That would have been just a ridiculous.
oh, how LA would that have been to have the two of us sitting
Was
there with
that
a
very
laptop, a
LA?
mixer, and
Yeah.
two mics?
Oh
That would
gosh.
have been very LA.
We
And
probably
you know
would have
what?
gotten.
No one would have probably said a damn thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. We probably would have gotten even more stories out of the two ladies next to us.
That is
You want
true.
to know something super weird? So remember how that one lady was like, "Hey, if you see like a 7-year-old
Flight attendant.
new flight attendant,
Hmm.
say hey or whatever." And I think I did. Like I almost said hey, but there was other reasons that I was unable to get the flight attendants things, which I'm sure we'll get into. Um, but we should probably spin the ring
Yes.
because my life stories will be jam packed, and we had the game awards this week,
Hmm.
and there's some entertainment shit happening. I don't think so much is happening in technology.
No, not really.
That's pretty quiet, other than you can hear my stomach growling at me for some reason. So we're
It's
gonna
better than the neighbor's dogs barking. I'm assuming with the cold and the
shut
wet
up.
weather, they're taking them inside.
Maybe. The snow stopped Tuesday. We had lots of snow when I got back,
Hmm.
which was so weird. All right, let's spin this thing. Let's find out where we go. Well, as luck would have it, it did actually land on life stories.
Nice.
So I guess we'll kick it over to that. Um, Nate, do you have any life stories before the life stories of ours actually interlap?
Like
Interlap? I don't think that's a good word.
overlap. Where our lives coalesce into the same stories
Yeah,
because
for
we
one of the
participate
rare
them together.
times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, pardon that. That's part of been my life this entire week. We've had whatever flu has been going around has
Mm-hmm.
worked its way slowly through every member of my immediate family, and it finally
Mm,
caught me middle of this week. I want to say Tuesday. I'm sitting at work, and I just start getting this splitting headache, and
mm,
I go over to my in law's house, and I'm sitting on
mm-hmm.
the couch, and I'm just like, man, I feel run down. And because their youngest just picked up the bug, and my youngest was kind of on the tail end of it. They had just bought a brand new, um, what are those? The infrared thermometers,
Oh, okay.
right? So my kids were playing with it and they're like, okay, let's check everyone's, what we call check everyone's score, make a game
Mhm.
out of it. Who gets the high score,
Sure.
which you lose if you get the high score in this game. Um, they beep each other, and then my oldest runs over and goes, "Daddy, your turn." Boom, hits my head, and it's like, oh, 99.8. What?
Is that high for you?
Well, I mean, it's high, but like it was high enough that I was running a fever, but low enough that I wasn't like, wow, I have a fever.
Mm. 98 point 0.8 is totally normal for me.
Right.
When it's 90 plus, it's like, okay, something's off.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot to get the fridge as it kicks on in the background. And I'm also realizing that my wife just stuck ice cream in it before we recorded. And turning it off now may or may not be a mistake in 3 hours.
I don't know that we'll make the whole 3 hours.
I guess I'll find out.
Right.
That's fine. I'm fine with an early guest.
But yeah, so it was running. That was like, oh, guess what? I guess I'm sick.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so that was Tuesday night. Wednesday, I took the day off. Was kind of up and down. The fever would come and go, but again, it never broke 100, but it never stayed under 99.
Mm,
So that
that
came and
sounds
went.
about right.
Yeah. Thursday, I seemed to hold
I
it together, and then Friday, I went into work, and again, was fine for most of the day. And at the end of the day, it was like, oh, my headache's coming back. Got home and thermometer, nothing was good. Woke up this morning, kind of shivery. Hit and wife was like, "Oh, let me check." Boom, and 100.4.
Well, for what it's worth, I hope I didn't have anything to do with that.
I doubt that you did.
So before we left, wife came down with the flu.
Mhm.
Um, let's see, we left on Wednesday. She thought she was starting to come down with something on Monday. Tuesday, she felt like shit and said she had a fever. And then I was fine till we got home, and I was kind of pissed about it because like I thought I was also getting sick too, and I was like, at first I thought it was cursed because the last time I was at Disneyland was when I was 3 and had 105-degree fever, and I was like, oh my god, this is the fucking curse of
I'm never
being
going
near
into
Disneyland.
California
That's
again.
horse
Yeah.
shit, and I'm never doing this again. Um, my wife had a fever. It broke Tuesday night. Before we caught our flight, and then she'd been kind of the same thing as you, sort of fever up and down throughout the days, and just kind of bad headache and
Mhm.
um, hacky coffee. Have you had any of that
I
hacky
I've
coffeeness?
never really got the cough. I finally got the nasal congestion today.
Nasal congestion was definitely a part of it because my nephew's father, by the end of the trip, definitely had something going on
Mhm.
that was nasally congestioning as well. Um, but I took a hot bath Tuesday, and I
Had
just
yourself a good
decided
soak, huh?
I did have a hot bath on Tuesday, not this Tuesday, but the Tuesday
Mhm.
I was flying out. And I just thought to myself, I'm not going to let this happen again, and I'm not going to get sick. And I had I basically had like all the symptoms that I would continue to see people have for the next week.
Mhm.
Plus, because my wife is still a little coffee today, um, and had a little fever, broke, had a little sweat, and within about 3 hours, I was done with it and was totally fine the remainder of the trip, which is,
Nice.
go me, I guess.
Yeah.
Um,
No, I wouldn't blame it on you because again, my kiddos have been dragging it through. My youngest had it first, and
okay,
so
okay, fair enough.
and of
Um,
course, what do kiddos need when they're sick? Daddy. I was actually legit surprised that it didn't happen sooner. I was like, "Oh, I guess I missed
Mm,
this one."
mm.
And then yeah, no, as luck would
I
have
mean,
it.
is that like one of the chapters in the daddy handbook that like when you have kids, you're gonna be their hanky at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, of course, it doesn't help that, my wife and her sister, both being teachers of varying grade levels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you get the full populi
Yeah. Of booger
petri
eater,
dish.
yeah,
Yeah.
non-hand washing teenagers
Mm-hmm.
and toddlers, I guess, children.
Mm.
Sister-in-law is, I want to, she teaches at an elementary. I believe she's teaching third grade now, but she was a
Okay.
kindergarten teaching her. Oh, I'm making up words. Um, and
It's fine.
then
It's what we do here
yeah,
on Fork.
wife is a middle school, junior high school teacher. So she
Okay.
gets the before 16ers.
Yeah. Plug for our Fork in Your Ear Discord, which you can find through dynamicworksproductions.com, or I think it's on a clickable thing on my Twitter profile, Tim_T. Um,
Nice plug.
yeah, I'm plugging it because you can see a picture of me and Nate at said tiki bar
Hmm.
in the Discord. Which reminds me, I don't think I ever shared, because I took more than that one picture. I don't think I ever shared any pictures with you. Did you take any pictures that night?
I didn't take any.
Okay.
But yeah, you shared the one with me then and there when we took it. I believe
Mm.
I posted that one. I was the one that posted that one in the Discord.
Nope, I'm looking at it. It's
Oh,
me.
was it you? Okay.
Hmm.
Maybe that's how you shared it with me. Because I shared it with my wife. That's what it
Well,
was.
no, I thought because we didn't take any pictures, and then you showed me the text from your wife saying, "Hey, how's it going?"
Yes.
And you're like, "We should take a pic."
Right.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, of course." And then I think I sent you one directly
Yes. And that one I
so that you
forwarded.
could tend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But I think I took more than that. So remind me, I'll shoot a thing over
Photo
with some of
airdrop
those.
them to me.
I mean, whatever fucking black magicery that your Android will accept from the walled garden of Apple. I can confirm now, folks. I have seen his crease in his fold,
Context, wording.
and depending
He's seen my
depending
crease and he's gazed upon
on the
my
fold,
crease. Yes.
yeah, I held it. I could
And
feel its.
saw my graded hole.
I don't know about that, but um. Anyways,
Yes,
yeah. So
he has visualized the glory that is a foldable phone.
yeah, yeah. It was pretty clever little
Hmm.
trick little thing. I don't think I'd held a folding phone since the first Z Flip
Hmm.
that came out, and I fiddled with one in a store. Um, so that was good. Nate was giving me a little tech porn on vacation
Yeah. Well, because I keep
for my
telling you about
digits.
all these things, like again, the
Sure.
underscreen camera, and you're like, I try to describe it as best as I can, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, that was definitely one that I had to see.
right,
The underscreen camera is pretty egregious, and I thought I silenced you.
yes. I mean, it's a clever implementation, but it is
Sure, it
poorly executed.
works, but the pain is on your user end, I
Right.
guess. Oh, that's why it's still beeping. I didn't this is going to have to happen on air. I didn't eject the water from the shower earlier today. So, of course, it's not going to sift any inputs until we've ejected it. Okay, now we're on silent. Cool.
Yeah.
Um
And we've basically
yeah.
covered tech for the podcast at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we got. The only thing I have, I'll just say it right now because it's not even going to be a spinnable topic this week. The only grievance, it's a grievance really I have on tech is, and I might have mentioned this on a fork a while ago, or maybe I did it off air. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But I was trying to give my folks my old Apple Watches from because me and my wife upgraded
Mm.
to
Right, right.
Series 8s, and it's like, well, I don't really need these old ones that are totally functional. So we gave them to my parents, and this is this would be a pure Apple zealot grievance about Apple shit. So my mom, who's on a 6S, God bless her, on iOS, whatever the cutoff was on that one,
Mm-hmm.
was totally able to upgrade and connect an old Series 2, Series 1 Apple Watch to the phone.
Okay.
But my dad on an iPhone 7 could not connect to an old Series 4 watch because the Series 4 watch OS was newer than the iOS that was on my dad's phone. And of course, it's maxed out. And just the sheer
What the fuckness?
what the fuckness of it. And so I looked it up, and had I not upgraded the Series 4 watch to the latest watch OS, it could have worked with the 7. But because I upgraded and there's no backporting, and then that led me down a rabbit hole onto Reddit and Apple Support forums, and the consensus is that you're just fucked.
Right. It's a bad on you, Apple. Shucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely one where there's no rhyme or reason, because even though a Series Watch 4 is newer tech than an iPhone 7, it doesn't have more powerful tech than an iPhone 7 at the end of the day.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Really, it's a bad faux pas, and I think that they should be able to backport at least like one OS generation, because I believe that was the case with my dad's. It was only one
Or just
OS
make
behind.
them work. This is like an old iTunes thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? You if you don't update your OS to a certain point, it's like, oh, you can download the new iTunes and install it, and then it just stops working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
No. Totally idiotic part. Now I'm trying to scramble to uh I think I want to just get my folks new phones
Sure.
um before they take off.
I mean, they're basically
Uh
they're basically giving away 13s at this point.
yeah, but like I got to work with they're on Cricket, and I was looking around on their website, and like Cricket really fucks you if you want to upgrade. If you want to just like get on their network for the first time,
Mm-hmm.
and like you can port a number and then get a phone for like $90
Right.
or whatever. But if you want to fucking get like a new phone and you're an existing member, good fucking luck. I was actually looking at it this morning. I was like, ugh, I don't want to. I don't want to spend that many hundreds of dollars
Right.
just to get one Apple Watch working. Even though my folks should definitely get new phones at some point. So I don't know. We'll see. We're running close to the deadline because they got to be out of their place by the 20th,
Right.
and we're recording on the 10th, and it's like I don't know if I can make that fly. But anyway, back to life. We flew out Wednesday afternoon on time, although it was a little sketchy because it started snowing on our
Right.
way to the airport,
On the
and
tarmac. Yeah.
and it's Washington, and it doesn't do that this time of year. Like if you're lucky, you'll get like a little bit of snow Christmas Eve for Christmas Day, and then that's it till like March.
Right.
And it was like full on snowing, and I'm like watching the window as we're on the tarmac just like fill up with snow, and I was like, oh man, I wonder if we're gonna make it off the
Right.
tarmac.
Well,
here.
you can thank me for the
Oh, thank
technology
you.
that
You
defrosts
some
the wings and keeps them
Oh
anti-ice.
shit. I guess we've never really talked about the specific tech that you build.
We have, but yeah,
Uh,
not in
oh.
specific terms, but yeah, I do a lot of the aircraft parts I test are in most of them are in fuel management and anti-icing.
Mm. Okay.
So
Oh, good enough. I mean,
yeah,
my logic was I was on Alaska Airlines flight and having flown to Alaska many, 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 many times, more than I can count. I was like, "Yeah, these pilots got it."
right.
Like,
If
they
anyone
know what
knows
they're
how to
doing.
fly in cold and snow, it's Alaska.
Yep. I mean, and I was telling my wife on the tarmac, and she was like, "Do you think they'd close the tarmac?" I was like, "Yeah,
Mhm.
SeaTac's tarmac is kind of shit. In Juneau, they have geothermal in the tarmac
Right,
because that's how they roll in
right.
Alaska,
Because it snows
or else
there
there'd be no
all the
planes
time. Yeah,
landing ever, And our tarmac doesn't have that.
right. I mean,
Actually,
we get heavy rain in LAX, we shut it down.
one
So
little bit of tech that is rolled into the life story here. The plane ion,
yes,
Jesus, the talking tonight. I don't even know. I'm not even like drunk or anything. All I'm sipping on is Corona. Like, I don't know. Whatever. It's been a long week. Um, the plane I was on was a new plane, much to my surprise. And I was like looking around. They had like USB ports and like they had like the full on like US, Japanese, Europe port, like right below the USBs.
hmm
So you didn't have to do an adapter or whatever the hell.
isn't that great?
And I was like, huh. I mean, I guess. I mean, I've never seen it before. It makes sense. Because as long as I've been flying planes, there's been those goddamn
Right, that you had
adapters.
to spend $2 in
Shit,
flight.
or more.
Yeah, five
Or
bucks in
more.
flight headphones.
It was interesting because, I'm used to old ass airplanes where you've got like the headphone plug at the end of the armrest for the in-flight movie and all that garbage, and like none of that's there now. And I was looking around for the trays and I like couldn't figure it out. I was like, what the fuck, where are the back trays, like what's going on here? And I guess they're in the they like transformer out of the armrests
Armrest, yeah.
now. And I was like, what? It was funny. On our flight down to California, I was next to a nice old man, and he hadn't been on a plane, or at least a plane that new. And he was like, I don't know where they are either. And like we were like touching things and like flipping buttons and stuff. Me like, I don't know. And then like we figured it out. And we're like, oh, they come out of there. And we were both equally surprised. Mid 30 something me and probably double or triple that to my left, and we're both like, oh hey, this is neat.
Back in
with the
my day, yeah,
with the fucking plane, yeah.
yeah.
um Jessica was not impressed, but she had just been on a plane for her uh grandma's funeral earlier in the year, so you know
Good
so it
times.
goes. We landed down, and I guess father-in-law had paid for like a private like taxi service limo thing. And so we got into this like giant black van, but it was like all luxurious and shit inside, like warmers and like it was like nice. It was like one of them nice, I don't know, vans
Not quite
or
a
whatever.
limo, but
No, I mean it was built for this. We had a total of 7 adults
mhm.
and one child with us, so we had a large party, and I think it was like right in between, like, you need multiple vehicles and then you have just like enough space for all the people. So it was good. It was good. um Driver was very nice and very, very courteous, and Nate is pouring chloroform into paper and he's putting it into his nose. It looks like he's alive, folks. He's coming back to unmute himself.
Yep. The joys of being sick. I gotta clear the sinuses.
Oh yeah, it's not good. You got a little nasal rinsey bobber?
Oh, the neti pot type thing?
Yeah, or Nelly Med type
Yeah.
thing.
I do not.
Yeah, get one of those.
Yeah,
That
my
was one thing that when we landed, I guess me and the wife debated about it in the morning taking it, and then when we got there, she's like, "Oh, did you pack it?" And I was like, "I did not." And we regretted it for my wife for the whole trip. Because as I assumed, even though it rained most of the time, I was in California, which I'm told is bizarre.
yes.
Um,
In fact, it is
still
actually
super.
raining tonight as again.
Oh wow, I mean, your state needs it.
Yes.
no, no kidding. Because the next thing I was gonna say is still super fucking dry
Mm-hmm.
down there. I think the first thing I said when I got home and poured myself a glass of water from our tap and I drank it, I went, "Oh God, our water's so fucking clean up here. Oh fuck California."
It's funny. It's like I go up there, I drink your tap water. I'm like, wow, tastes like chemicals.
See, I, nope. At the very least, the tap water that I had at the Disneyland Resort Hotel, that definitely tasted a little chlorine
Mm-hmm.
to me. Um,
Which says a
but
lot coming from the water I tasted up there.
well, can't speak for everybody's.
Yeah.
In fairness, the last time you were up here, you're in King County, and I'm not in King County.
Oh, I was
So
talking about the
maybe there's a.
convention center in Seattle.
Oh, no, I wouldn't drink the water at the convention center in Seattle. Remember all the stories I've said about the hobos bagging their shit? Yeah, no. um, but yeah, no, the water did fuck with me because I typically I'm one of those people who has like a glass of water
Mm-hmm.
either by the sink or by the bed for whenever I get up, or I just need a little liquid
Right.
before going back to sleep or whatever.
Nothing wrong with
And I
imbibing
did,
the local tap.
yeah, and I did that, and then like I was up at like 6 the next day, and then for like 2 hours I was just shitting my brains out. And I was like, what the fuck is going on with this water?
You totally
And
got
then
Montezumma'd.
I got what?
Montezuma's revenge. That's what they say when you drink the water down in Mexico.
You're gonna have to explain this one to me,
Well,
Nate.
same reasons. Same, the water being different or less clean. When most people, when most tourists go down to Mexico, if they drink the local tap, will
Hmm.
get upset stomachs.
Hmm.
And they call it Montezuma's revenge.
See, when conferring with my all California in-laws who were born in your state,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Jessica was like, "Oh, don't drink the tap. Why would you drink the tap? Don't do that here. We don't do that in this state."
Right.
And I went, "Oh, okay. Well, I know now.
Right.
You know, let me go get a fucking 525 bottle of fucking Dasani water that's at the vending machine in the hall
Right.
because fuck me for thinking I could drink the water at a resort hotel, right?"
Gah, no fun.
Yeah, so the first night, actually before all the drinking of the water stuff, we landed, we got into the hotel, we dropped our stuff, and then we went into California Adventure, and we had like an hour and a half to kill before some secret magic key holder restaurant thingy that my father-in-law had a reservation for.
Oh, gotcha.
So we did a car land or Cars Land, like the Pixar film.
Mm-hmm.
We did a ride on Mater that actually was pretty enjoyable. My nephew did not like it, as it was rather violent in the swinging back and forth and then rotating quickly
Sure, sure.
thing, which you wouldn't have thought. Like looking at it, like we were in line for it, and we got on it, and it was like, okay, this could be kind of whatever. We're doing it for him anyway, and he was not having a good time. Meanwhile, I had a good time. Oh, no.
I've only had that issue with one ride really at Disneyland, and that was the Indiana Jones.
Oh, see, I loved Indiana
I,
Jones.
I loved it too, but man, was I not ready for that thing to heave ho you as much as it does.
I mean, it's definitely rickety.
Yeah, by design.
Yeah,
They
I
want you to
hope
feel like
so.
you're about to fall
I
out of that
fucking
Jeep,
hope
and
so.
I almost did.
Yeah. Oh god. Let me started on some of this shit. Um yeah, so we did that and then we ate at some special secret ritzy place.
Was it? It wasn't
You
Club
know,
33, was it? Because I
no.
think that's
Um
on Disneyland property, not
it was on
California.
top of, yeah, and my understanding is that one is like the super ritzy one that you have
Hmm.
to spend like $30,000
Right.
just to even get in the front door to get on a waiting list that's like a year and a half long or something insane like that. And I was just like, yeah, no, no. But no, we ate someplace. We were on top of a normal restaurant that you could like get to normally,
Right.
some winery thing. Um, and we ate there. And something that had been a big concern of me going in was, am I gonna be able to find food, or am I just gonna be fucking living off of Cliff Bars and
Right.
jerky the whole fucking trip here? To the credit, because of course I didn't believe my in-laws, where they're like, no, trust us, just say that you have allergies, and the Disney chefs, they will go out of your way to make you shit. And sure fucking enough, they sure did.
Yep.
And I was quite surprised, because you would not get that kind of service over here in Washington,
Yeah,
I tell you that
that's
right
one
now.
of those, one of the knock-on effects of being in a super progressive, super liberal part of the country is they're like, yes, we take all the hippy dippy and vegetarian, vegan, gluten, we take all that
Yeah,
stuff
I mean,
seriously.
I'm not even hippy dippy about it, I just
Right,
can't do it.
right. So it's a knock-on effect
Like,
there. It's like, so yeah, you come
sure.
through with legit stuff, and it's like, I'm not even trying to be difficult. I just can't eat that, and they're like, yep, we do this all the time.
Yeah, and God bless them. Every restaurant we ate at, with the exception of my cheat day, which was the last day I was at the park, um, I ate pretty dang well. I,
Yeah.
I gotta say, I was very cause for me normally, my Jessica's basically coined a phrase that like I have like food anxiety
Hmm.
when like going to places and stuff because
Well, sure. If if
uh
if
you know
eating is going to mess you up, obviously
yeah.
you're going to somewhere and you're like, am I going to starve? Am I legit going to starve, or am I
Mhm.
just going to suffer for the sake of
Yeah, I
survival?
I legitimately think that all the
Yeah.
fucking time. All the fucking time, you know? And and I've been living with this for so long. Like I also just like I'm also one of those people, like I hate like bugging people
Hmm.
about stuff. Like I just hate to be like that guy,
Right.
or whatever. Be like,
It's
"Hey,
different than
I
like a
need to
nut
know."
allergy that happens. It's
Sure.
common enough that people are like, yeah, okay, we can pull the pine nuts out of this. But yeah, when you're
Sure, 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 sure.
you're a rare bird in this
I
case.
have yeah, I have so many. Um but yeah, no, so I ended up getting some kind of triple slider thing that was quite delicious. And it looked to me, having tasted all the different brands of gluten-free bread, that they made their own fucking bread for me.
Hmm.
And I was like, "All right, that's pretty cool." Um, a little less flavorful than it looked like the rest of my family had, because they had like Jessica and my father-in-law, they had like some kind of like Monte Cristo corn dog with like raspberry fucking um god, I'm forgetting raspberry
Compote?
caviar
Oh, wow.
on it. And I was like, what the like they pulled it out and I was like, what the fuck? That even looks fancy. And like Jessica's like eating it, and I might have told you this at the bar. She was saying, she's like, "Oh my god, this is fucking better than sex. This
Yes.
is the greatest. This is the greatest thing I have ever had in my mouth." And I'm like, "Damn, okay." um, so yeah, so we did that, and then I think we wandered around a little bit, and they were kind of showing me around at some stuff.
With your
Um,
matchy t-shirts?
Not on that day.
Oh, okay.
That was Friday. What day did we meet up? I don't even know.
It would have been Friday.
It was Friday we met up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I'm actually looking at the Discord. Yeah, I'm wearing the shirt. So yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, no, Friday was the shirt day. Of which hilariously, everyone brought their shirt except for my brother-in-law.
The one that made them?
and his mom gave him so much shit about it.
Like,
It was
you made
fantastic.
these for all of us and forced us to wear them, and you didn't even bring it.
And he was like, I forgot.
Yeah. Typical.
It was funny though. We got to all make fun of him for many, many days. Let's see. The following day, I'm trying to remember what we did the day after. We got up. Fuck, I'm gonna have to look at my goddamn photos because I've now been in work mode for a week. That's so stupid. We did. Oh yeah, I take that back. We did one more thing before we called it a night on the first day we were there. We did the Little Mermaid ride again for the kid,
Mm-hmm.
for the kiddo. Um, and I didn't realize this, but like after basically a whole week at the park, I realized there are many rides that have like those like get into a cart, look at stuff, but then there's like a like a rubber escalator floor thing to get into the ride. Like there's so many rides at Disneyland that
Oh,
have that.
moving sidewalks? Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, what the hell? And I don't really know what the purpose was for the moving sidewalk. Like it didn't really make any logical sense to me why they would have that
Well,
necessarily, but
I know they were big in Tomorrowland because that was supposed to be like the thing of the future, but I think it's just an accessibility thing.
I mean, as a bipedal who works in the handicap field, I constantly got thrown off balance as
Mm-hmm.
soon as I stepped onto those things. I was just like, why is this here?
But yeah, I mean, you saw how
Um,
many steps you put in. Like, could you imagine
yeah,
if you were walking limited? Yeah, those moving sidewalks would probably be a lifesaver.
well, but to get on the ride, because you have a limited time to be on the sidewalk to then get into the cart, like it didn't make sense to me from that perspective.
Oh, you're talking about the little roundabout, like you hop on the thing and walk up to your, but it's moving the entire time as you're getting on. Like you're walking
So
up to a moving cart
yeah,
to get on the ride,
yes,
but you're not moving
and then
because the
this
sidewalk is moving with you. Yes.
correct,
Okay. Yeah. Now I get
and
what you're
they're
saying.
not quite the same speed as the carts, so you have like this separate
Right.
moving floors, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Those are a
Because I'm
little
just
wacky, but
like,
yeah, I mean that's just an efficiency thing. If you don't have to stop a
I guess.
car, you can just keep it moving.
I guess that's true. That's true. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. We did do another thing after the mermaid thing. See, I'm glad I took pictures. We did the Spider-Man. We did the Spider-Man ride, which I was very excited about.
Okay.
Um, and it was fairly interesting.
What was I
You
don't
know,
because I've never been as a California native, I've never been to California Adventure in either iteration of it.
mm, well, it's part of the new Avengers campus, which
Hmm.
I'm told is one of the newer areas of the park. And my understanding is that this replaced some other ride that was there, which I got so much Disneyland history from my in-laws that some of it stuck with me, some of it went in one ear and went out the other. Because they're like, oh, this used to be blah 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 back in,
Right.
and I'm just like, okay. But no, we did Spider-Man. What's it called? Web Slinger. And we basically we went filtered into a room. There was a Tom Holland Spider-Man hologram thing where he talked about, like, I don't know, he was doing something at the Stark Institute, and he built this little spider bot that was self-replicating to, like, help students, but then they started self-replicating too many times and it became like a whole problem, and he needed to find the original one to stop them from self-replicating and blowing up the lab or something like
Okay.
that. And then they funneled us down into um a walkway with, and then they gave us some 3D glasses, and then we got into a cart, and we were told that sitting in the cart and, like, throwing your hands outwards would track your hands, and you would be shooting webs from where you were pointing your hands. And I thought to myself, okay, I'll believe the accuracy of that when the ride began. To their credit, the tracking was super good. And you kind of move around in a little bit of a track and then stop and then look at, like, a 3D screen and, like, shoot with your arms, webs. And it was some, interactive video game point based thing on a ride. And Jessica destroyed
Yeah, I
me
was gonna say,
in the
which I heard that
points.
Jessica, the non-gamer, schooled her gamer husband.
She's not a non-gamer.
Well,
She's a gamer.
not to the extent that you are.
She would be appalled that you called her a non-gamer.
Okay.
She would legitimately be upset in her N7 hoodie and, the games that she does play.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah,
You
not to
know,
the extent
she's not
or
the
the variety
yeah,
of gaming that you do.
correct.
Yeah. You had no business
Um,
getting schooled by your wife.
yeah, I was annihilated. I had like 100,000 points and she had like 250,000 points, and I was just like, what the fucking bullshit is this? This is garbage. um my estimate of how the ride worked, which proved to be correct because I've since now, being home, I've gone on the YouTube to see how all the rides that I've been on work, because I'm that kind of guy.
Mhm.
I was correct in my assumption that there's basically a V angle going towards two different, because the ride can seat up to 4 people. So those are V angle wedge of infrared beams of light that are basically coming down as a screen, and you're basically breaking the barrier
Right.
like Advanced Duck Hunt. And my only reasoning that Jessica destroyed me is because I'm long and lanky and she's not, and so her arm is shorter. So her pull to break the barrier time was shorter than mine. That's the
Oh,
only logical
you were
explanation.
getting into it, right? You're sticking your
Sure,
whole arm out there and
I did. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that, I mean, it's came all this way. You might as well do the thing, you know? So that was the last thing we did do that evening. Then the morning, um, we had like luau breakfast stuff actually on the other side of
Mhm.
where the bar was that you and I were at. And I had just a normal ass eggs and bacon and hash brown type breakfast, and they all got like fluffy Japanese pancakes and
all the gluten.
something with star fruit in it and some kind of spare rib and all kinds of crazy shit that looked delicious. And I was like,
Yeah. Rub it in my face, why don't you?
um,
Have your
why?
gluten. I'll be over here eating my slop.
I mean, it wasn't slop. I mean,
Yeah.
it was decent breakfast food. Then from there, we took off into the Disneyland
Mhm.
side of the park, and I did not know that there are basically two parks and a boardwalk between them. and you have to flop between the parks if you have a park hopper pass, and if you enter
Right.
one park at one time, you can't enter the other park till like 1 p.m. or some shit. There's all these weird
Rules.
rules
Yeah.
that I guess are for people flow management. But I had no idea. I thought it was just like one giant ass campus that you
Yeah.
walk around.
Nope.
Mostly because when I was 14, I did go to Disney World, and I remember that fairly well. And it's just a giant ass campus,
Right. Well,
and like,
yeah, they have the land out there for that though too.
true, they do have considerably more land. But as my father-in-law explained, Disneyland is more compact and like more like activities per
Hmm.
square
Oh
inch
yeah.
and way more rides than Disney World. And considering by the end of the trip, God bless my father-in-law, he managed to get me on every fucking ride there fucking possibly was, including all the rides I said I wasn't gonna go on, because I'm a pussy. Uh, that's,
Did you
God
ever get
bless
on
his time.
Matterhorn now that we're on that subject?
I did.
Okay.
I did. It's actually, it was fantastic. Having gone actual bobsledding, when I was like 7, 8, 10, maybe something like that. And I do remember it being awesome. That's a pretty good facsimile for bobsledding,
Hmm.
I must say. But yeah, it was good. I thoroughly enjoyed Matterhorn. Is definitely actually probably up there in my top 5. So we went into Disneyland. We went into Star Tours, and I remember the old Star Tours before it was all Star Warsy,
Right.
at least from Disney World's perspective. And my understanding from my father-in-law is that there's basically 48 courses,
Hmm.
and then you basically get a random mix of 3 of them. And I fully believe this because we rode Star Tours like 10 fucking times throughout the whole trip. Mostly because, like, to give you an idea, like my idea of like a vacation and like time management of a vacation is, let's do these 3 things and then fucking roll the dice for whatever for the rest of the day, be at a pool, do whatever the fact. Um, do you need a minute there, Nate?
Go ahead.
No? You're good? Okay. Nate is trying to open his window. He's wearing a Golden Destiny shirt of looks like maybe the Crucible. Is that the Crucible logo, or is that just Annual Triumphs
Well, it's the
shirt?
Moment of Triumph shirt, the 2021 iteration
Oh, the 2021 one.
that I
Okay.
just got last week.
No shit.
Yeah, because Bungie
That's
and their shipping
insane.
time has been horrible this year.
Yikes. Well, maybe it'll get not better now that they're owned by Sony.
It won't. Yeah. I think most of it was supply chain issue.
Mm,
So,
could be. Could be.
but yeah, so Star
Um,
Tours, you were saying.
yeah, Star Tours. We rode that so many times because, to give you an example of how my vacation went in general, compared to how I normally take a vacation when I do take one. Like, I'm used, at least in my family, I'm used to taking vacation where it's like, okay, let's do these 3 things today, and then laze about the pool and take a nap and whatever the hell. You know, my in-laws is the exact pace and speed of the scene from Home Alone when they're all running down the concourse to make the plane at all times, 24/7, while you're there. Um, which by the end of my trip was certainly exhausting as
Yes.
fuck. Um, but again, like I said, to my father-in-law's credit, like, it was like, all right, Matterhorn's shut down for this thing. Star Tours has a 10-minute line. Let's rush over to Star Tours. Bam, Star Tours. From there, the Indiana Jones ride should be about ready from there, and then from there we can go do this. Then from there we can go do this, and then from there we can go do this, and then maybe Matterhorn will be back up by then. Let's see what's going on. Then Rise of Resistance might be down then. Let's go over there. Let's do this. Let's just do all that stuff. And like that was the pace of the time.
Yeah.
Um,
But you got to ride
which is not
everything.
my
Yeah.
which is not my cup of tea. However, for being there for most of a week, I felt like I got to experience. I don't feel like I had want for anything.
Right.
Like, oh, I didn't go to this area of the park, or what's over there, or I didn't do this thing, or oh, I really want to do blah ride. I fucking did it all.
Right. And again, like I get spoiled by the fact that, I'm an hour and a half away on
Yeah,
yeah, it's like, so, oh, I didn't get to ride Matterhorn today. I can come
I'll
back
come back.
tomorrow or
Yeah,
next week or yeah,
sure. Yeah, that's true. That is totally an option for you
locals.
people who
Yeah.
live around the park.
Yeah, it's just a
So
matter
we
of when
just
I decide to drive down there because, yeah, as evidenced by the drive in, drive out, it was 90 minutes to get there. It was 42 minutes to get home.
dang, that's crazy.
Same drive.
That's crazy. Let's see. Next we did Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters
Hmm.
for the kiddo, which had a crazy line. Actually, honestly, one of the longest lines the entire time I was there for multiple days. And we were there. That was Thursday, I want to say.
Hmm.
Yeah, we were in that line for like an hour, 2 hours, hour to 2 hours, which crazily enough was the longest line we did the
Well,
entire
because
time we were
everyone
there.
wants to get their kids on it. I remember my kiddos went on it.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
It is one of the
Like,
few that is very young child friendly.
it was perfect
Yeah.
for my 2-year-old nephew. I ended up having a hilarious time. For those who don't know, Buzz Lightyear's blasters, you're on a little cart, and you have a gun that's attached to a cord in a cart, and you're shooting at lights in a laser tag-ish looking
Hmm.
Buzz Lightyear filled cart ride. And then there's a joystick in the center between the two guns that you can use to rotate your cart on said track to shoot more things.
Hmm.
Um, I did not discover the joystick until the ride broke down halfway through our ride on it, and we were on it for like we were probably on that thing for like 30 minutes because the carts were not moving.
Did you at least get to
Um,
shoot things while you were broken down?
oh, we did, and I saw Jessica's score climbing up yet again because she just kept going, and I stopped when the ride stopped, and she's like, "Oh, it's still going. You can get more higher points." I was like, "No, that's stupid." But then the joystick was still active, so the carts weren't moving, but I could still rotate the cart, and I was like, "I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I am taller than her, and I'm going to use one arm on the joystick to rotate the cart while holding the gun out the other way so that she can't shoot at the thing." And I took just just great pleasure in screwing over my wife. Um, far too much pleasure.
Had to get her back
Uh,
for the other ride, huh?
I
You're like,
tried to. She still beat me.
I am
She still
not gonna
beat me.
let you beat me. And she's like, yeah,
She still
watch me.
she still beat me. Let's see. From there, we wandered over into Galaxy's Edge, which was awe-inspiring. I think I told you at the bar it was like, Disneyland is old, so there's like a lot of like old constructs, and you think,
Hmm.
okay, this building's cool looking, but you can tell that it was built in the fucking 80s or
Right.
the 90s or something like that. And you like walk through the threshold through which is through the frontier town or the new frontier town or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I want to
Um
say it's in between Frontier and Tomorrowland.
So Tomorrowland's before Frontier.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Because Tomorrowland's before the
Yeah,
main
the last time I went, it was walled off, so I couldn't tell you exactly. I'm just going off what memory I have.
Fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah, because I know the whole park is like a hub and spoke type setup.
It is.
So.
It is definitely a hub and poke. Hub and poke. Jesus. Hub and spoke type setup. That's for sure. Oh, okay. Rock just took off at 10 o'clock at night for some reason. That's fine. I thought the car was like super close. I was like, it doesn't sound like it's up the driveway.
Someone's
got
a booty call, huh?
I mean, you never know with him. Could be. Yeah, so like walking through Frontier Town, very Westworldy looking.
Frontierland.
What?
Frontierland.
Frontier Town? Yeah, walking through Frontier Town.
Fucking hate you sometimes.
It's okay. I fucking hate you too sometimes. This would be where you'd go, yay! No? No?
No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, all right. And then you walk through this huge archway where like part of it is obviously like a mine or something from the Frontier area, and then it like goes Star Warsy, and it's just like even just like that one archway, and you can't quite see the like.
Yeah, they do a real good job with the delineations when you walk into a new area. It's like it's very instantaneous, but not in not an obvious way.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had a sneeze coming on. I was attempting to shield our listeners. Yeah, definitely by the time my whole trip was over, I was pretty aware of where I was, even though like I was new to the area because each area is so distinct.
Right.
But yeah, man, walking into Galaxy's Edge for the first time was definitely a pretty fucking cool moment. I was just like, oh shit, this is such a market level of better set design,
right,
than the entire rest of the park. Definitely the closest you can get to like walking onto a
movie
Star Wars set.
Yeah.
Because like they went like way above and beyond in terms of detail. Like the first thing we did when we got in there was actually bathrooms, and like the bathrooms were themed, and I was like, oh, okay. Interesting. That's pretty wild.
But
that it's like
it's full immersion.
Toilet bathroom.
It's full immersion is what it is.
Oh yeah, it was lovely. Couldn't say enough things.
And it's funny that you say that because like Tomorrowland is actually relatively new. Like I remember, and your family probably told you this back in the day. Tomorrowland used to look very kitschy, straight out of the Jetsons. Yeah,
so Jessica told me that, and she said that there was like there was a building there that I guess wasn't being used that used to be like a quote unquote future tech museum. And they had like all kinds of cool stuff in there from the future,
right,
or whatever. And she's like, oh, you would have loved it, like it would have been up your alley. And I was like, yeah, probably, but
yeah. It's like you go in there now and it's all like you look and you go, not quite, but but yeah, everything was like melamine, plasticky, very smooth, and lots of windows. And I'm like, I remember being there, and I remember when they revamped it. Now it's kind of steampunky, like the aesthetic.
Well, there's like one thing which I think was done in favor of the Tomorrowland movie that came out in like 2010 or whatever it was, the George Clooney one. That's a little steampunky.
Yeah, the rocket ship ride.
Yeah, there's like a rocket ship ride, for kids, and it rotates and you can go up and down or something.
Yeah. That's much more
Um,
ornate than it used to be.
mhm. Yeah, but the rest of the places there, they seemed fairly classical
Mhm.
looking to me, I guess. But anyway, we arrived in Star Wars Land or Galaxy's Edge. Didn't have a whole ton of time to look around because we had a reservation for Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, which
Mhm.
is the ride in Disneyland. Having looked it up after the fact, it's a $10 billion ride.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, when I got home and found that out, I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
it 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 feels a little special compared to the rest of the park. That's for sure.
Yeah, some very, very new tech.
Uh, and actually, you'd be surprised now that I've seen all the behind the scenes stuff
Mhm.
on it, and some very old tech
Mhm.
used in just some clever ass fucking
Right.
ways. Um, but yeah, Rise of the Resistance was probably it was the first. Well, number one, by the time the whole trip was over, it was still my favorite ride. Number two, like it's so immersive and like because I wrote it a couple of times. Even just like waiting in line
Yeah.
is
The ride
entertaining.
queue. Yeah.
Yeah, the queue, which ironically the first time that we went like basically straight on, and one of the other times I went was much longer. So I was actually able to look at stuff in queue, and even then that was entertaining because you're just like looking around, and it's just like even the queue lines and stuff. Like there's so much stuff to like nerd out about
Right.
and just be like, oh wow, this is really cool. This is neat, and touch this thing and fiddle with this thing, and it's just like, man, like I feel like just the design of like we know this ride's gonna be popular. We know that there's gonna be a lot of people in line for this thing. Like, let's make the line as entertaining as a
Right.
line could
Yeah,
be.
because
Eh,
if you're there and you're entertained, you forget that you've been there for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
And I think I told you this when we were
Um,
sitting at the bar. The job that my brother-in-law had prior
mhm,
to where he's at now, we worked for a company that did the queue design,
mhm,
everything,
mhm.
and they had everything down to production stage lighters,
Yeah.
professional design architects in there. That was like to do that. And I want to say one of the first rides that they worked on was the Indiana Jones queue,
Oh yeah, it's got a pretty cool queue
right?
too.
And the same thing. It's
Little
like,
dark though. Little
yes,
dark though.
but it was supposed to be because they were hiding a lot of bad. Like you had to, that thing is buried, like in the park. So
Okay.
yeah, it was
All right, fair
the
enough.
lack of lighting hid a lot of design flaws.
Interesting. Okay.
So, and then of course, like Star Tours is a production in and of itself as well.
Yeah, it was definitely I guess I didn't comment too much on Star Tours, mostly because,
It's an
in the
old ass
sequence of
ride.
things
Yeah.
it well, it is, but they definitely have changed a lot since I was there. There's C-3PO, and then the different experiences you can get per ride
Right.
is pretty cool. Um, and I liked that in that one, they, like, take a picture of somebody in queue right before they get on, and then that's, like, the spy or whatever,
Hmm.
and they single that person out and whatnot. Um, but I just like that, you know I wrote it I wrote that thing like 10 times, and only once was my ride somewhat similar,
Right.
because of them, basically being 3 acts to the thing
Right.
or 3 different worlds you go to, and, like, it could change, which is just neat. Like, it's like,
Yes.
"Okay, cool." The rewritability of that one is super high, compared to other stuff. But getting back to Rise of the Resistance, we got into the thing, we waited, we got into like a resistance room thing, and there was Poe Dameron and one of the Mon Calamari race people,
Hmm.
and they were talking to Monitor, and then there was like a hologram array, and and first be with you and all that sort of stuff, and then you um go out like a giant door, and you're outside in this huge area, and there's like an X-wing and shit, and then there's like this transport ship that you were told in the story wise that you're getting on, and it's fucking huge, and you're just like, Jesus, like this was this was behind stuff in
Right.
the park. Like you can't see this area from not the ride. And it's like, man, like there's like so much shit there to like look at as you're getting shuttled onto a giant shuttle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's crazy. Like just the scale of it was incredibly impressive. And you get on the ship, and the first time I rode it, I unfortunately was in the back of the ship, and it was a very packed flight, air quotes, as it
Mm-hmm.
were. But I guess there's a fully animatronic Mon Calamari up front, like talking and stuff. I was at the very back, so I had like a screen of what he was doing, like a little camera thing of that, or maybe it was a pre-recorded video. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's like a window in between the two um, engines, I guess, and you could see the takeoff and stuff. And I remember getting onto it, and I'm thinking, okay, this is a pretty cool. Okay, this is like another waiting room, and my mind, having been on other rides and stuff in the past, was like, okay, well, we've entered this. We're obviously gonna go through to the left, like we entered on the right side of the ship. We're obviously gonna go through the left side of the ship and exit out there, because if I were hiding, if I were building the ride, we're clearly gonna go there. And then I feel the fucking ship start moving, and I'm like, oh, well, that's not what I expected at all. And like it vibrates a bit, and you can like feel it like stopping and moving and rotating and shit. And you're like, well, what the fuck? Is this some Star Tours shit?
Mm-hmm.
Except we're standing. And then the door opens in some, what I can only describe as Disney magic. Um, the door opens, and like the plot is like you're sucked into the fucking First Order Star Destroyer or whatever, and you're gonna go get interrogated or some shit, by the bad guys. And the door opens, and you're in the fucking hangar of the fucking Star Destroyer, like the whole 9 yards. Like, I don't even know, like 6, 8, 12 story tall fucking hangar with the fucking screen, and there's like 1,000 fucking stormtroopers in front of you, and you're just like, oh,
Damn. Yeah.
fuck. And it's just like, and I even like looked back at the ship, because I'm just like, how did this ship how did the ship get ha- hmm like, how did I get here?
Right.
Like, it was so convincing. And like the air is cold and shit, like the air totally changes and stuff, and you're just like, what the fuck, this is so fucking cool. And then you get shuttled on, down the floor, which I think I told you at the bar. I was a dumb nerd idiot. I was like looking at how shiny black the fucking floor is
Mm-hmm.
in the Star Destroyer, because it's always fucking shiny in the movies. And I was like, I don't know how many fucking times a day they fucking clean this shit, but goddamn, that's a shiny ass floor.
Right. Yeah, that
And
thing's
like
got to
we
be
get,
waxed like twice a day or something to keep it that shiny.
it wasn't slippery at all.
Right.
Um, I I got nothing.
Yeah.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
Other than kudos. Yeah.
Yeah, other than I know the whole ride cost itself, not Galaxy's Edge, the whole ride itself cost $10 billion.
Yeah.
So yes, money was spent. But like, yeah, so then you get moved by actor slash ride personnel as First Order people, and they shuttle you down some corridors, and like it's the coolest motherfucking corridor you've ever stood in your life, and you're just like, I'm on the Star Destroyer.
Right. I'm no
This
longer in
is
Disneyland. I am.
fucking,
Yeah.
yeah, this is fucking the shit. This is so fucking cool. Um,
Like
you
it's
know?
stuff like this that makes
Yeah.
me want to, because you know about the Starship Hotel, right?
Yes, I do know about it.
Right. Like
Uh-huh.
I heard about it. I'm like, "Ah, okay. That's just gonna be, you're gonna be stuck in a hotel. How fun could it be?" And then I hear about what the level they put into a roller coaster.
It's not really a roller coaster
Well, but,
because
you know,
it's
sorry,
not
a
like any
ride.
other ride.
You're right. It,
It's not like any other ride at
right.
Disneyland.
The amount of effort and detail they put into something like uh, uh, Rise of the Resistance, is it?
Hmm.
Um,
That's the name of the ride.
that makes
Yeah,
me like, okay, maybe I can give this stupid hotel a shot.
sure. So yeah, so you go down and then you go through like a bunch of corridors, and then you get to like another area where your groups get split up into interrogation cells. They like ask you to stand on like colored numbered areas, but they don't look like they look like something in Star Wars, not like a fucking number 1 on the floor
Right.
or something
You're
like
you're
that.
not playing Twister.
Exactly. And then you get put into this, I think I told you uh at the bar, just the weirdest shaped, looked like something from fucking Destiny, where it was like a V-shaped cell, but then it had like this other like weird triangle V thing coming out you.
Hmm.
So like the cell was really big, but it made you feel a little cramped. And then through uh very sophisticated stuff that I now know how it works. General Hux and Kylo Ren come out and like start intimidating you and stuff, and then through like sound and air, Kylo does his like force thing or whatever,
Hmm.
or force grip or intimidation or whatever, which particularly in the Disney trilogy was a very effective sound design of the
Hmm.
force, and they like use that here, but then they augment it with like little air bursts and stuff, so you're just like, oh, there's like a little bit of like a sensation that something beyond just a big ass subwoofer is happening.
Right.
Which is it's just really clever, and you're just like, oh, I'm reasonably convinced. Then you're standing in the cell, and then you hear like knocking, and like somebody's like, oh, you guys in there, like, are you guys the people we're rescuing? And then like one of the walls like starts glowing hot from like a fucking
Whatever. Right.
giant
Yeah.
hot thing, and then the wall gets like fucking broken down, and then there's a dude, he's like, oh, I'm here to rescue you, and he's like, oh, we reprogrammed these, Imperial shuttle carts or whatever the fuck, to get you out of here and stuff. And then Finn's on the thing, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna meet you, in the thing. And then you actually get into what is
Gondola.
the
Yeah.
actual ride part. And like we got into the things, and the first thought was, what am I in? Because this is not
Yeah. Where's the track?
it's not attached to anything
Right.
at all. And it's legitimately that, um probably my age, but I thought it even back in the day. But when you first see the speeder in A New Hope,
Hmm.
and it's just floating, and like when they get in and out of it, it's got a little bit of buoyancy and stuff.
Right.
It's much closer to the ground because it's a real life thing,
Right.
but it is that
Yeah. It's
for
maglev.
sure. And you're just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's maglev
And I was
technology.
like, I
I want to
don't.
know what the power cost it is to operate that ride because of that, just that function right there.
So I actually know all this stuff now.
Okay.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't want to break the illusion for people who haven't ridden this thing, because it's fucking impressive as fuck. But basically, it's got two giant, like giant lithium ion batteries, and when they're docked there, when you're getting in, you're basically on a giant induction magnetic charger.
Hmm.
And so it has just enough power to get you through the ride, and then it takes a longer than normal return trip where it's charging, but then also returning back to base to pick up more passengers. And so it's got a redundant battery, and it's just constantly recharging and then using said power.
Imagine if one of those goes while you're riding. It's just like skid.
My understanding, that's what the redundant battery is
Hmm.
for.
Yeah.
But and then it's following itself. They basically have like tens of thousands of NFC readers on the floor that it's tracking. And I actually, even though I've ridden it in person several times, when I was looking at the behind the scenes, uh, even though they follow set computerized paths, the computers on board the carts are constantly making minute adjustments.
Hmm.
So even though you're going pretty much the same path every time, there's still a little bit of slop in the cart that makes it feel super realistic, both by design and also because the technology isn't perfect. So there's like a legitimate thing of like, oh wow, this is interesting. But anyway, enough about the behind the scenes thing. So you get in this cart, and there's like one of the black Imperial droids, and it rotates around and
Hmm.
talks to you. And then Finn's like, "It's okay, we reprogrammed this one." And you come out, and then you get launched forward. And what was most interesting to me, other than the fact that I was still bewildered by the fact that I was in some fucking hovercraft, um, was how fucking fast those things are, because it wasn't like any cart, because you're accelerating but you're hovering, so it's super fucking smooth,
Hmm.
but also like it's weird because of the lack of friction.
Hmm.
And you're just like, oh man, like is this fucking cart gonna crash into a
Yeah,
goddamn
like
wall here? Like,
you're
what
like
is
gliding
happening?
on ice.
Yeah, a little bit like that for sure. Um, and so you come out, and then there's and I didn't know this until I looked up the behind the scenes thing. But then there's like more carts coming in, and they do like a little dance in this room, and the droids are like overriding the other droids of the other carts, and there's like a story thing to it. So it's like from the ride perspective, it's like, okay, that's cool. They're doing a thing.
Yeah, they're just
Um,
sitting there
but it's
charging.
really the carts are returning
Right.
to pick up more passengers. And I was like, when I learned that later on YouTube, I was like, no, that makes total logical sense from a industrial design standpoint. Just beautiful. And then they tied it into this extremely
Right, where
action packed
they could have
story.
just hidden them behind a wall.
Yeah, exactly. And they didn't do any of that shit in this fucking ridiculous thing.
Yeah.
So we're whizzing through the fucking Star Destroyer, and you get whizzed by, and then you come down a corridor, and then one of the black security drones from Hoth with the legs
Hmm.
comes down, sees you, raises the alarm, and then they have, which uses almost every trick in the book. They have like all these. They start shooting lasers at you, and like there's tufts of air that come by you
Right.
to simulate the laser thing, but then also around you in the environment, you see battle damage and stuff happen that is like an insane mix of like 50 different kinds of effects, practical effects, illusions, some holographic shit. Like it's crazy the amount of stuff that they did just for simulating you being in
The firefight with,
a
yeah.
firefight. You move from there, you go down another corridor. There's some stormtroopers. They try to chase you. Then you get winged through the hangar, and then you're below AT-ATs, like the giant
Hmm.
AT-ATs, and you're just looking up, and you're just like, oh man, that's so big. That's like that is like it's so big, and you're looking at these AT-ATs, and you look down like the way as you're like whirling underneath their feet, and you look down off to your right, and you can just see AT-ATs as far as the eye can see, and you're just like, oh, that the scale,
Right.
the
The
scale,
scale
Nate.
that it is and isn't at the same time.
Well, I mean, peeling back the curtain, there's only two ones. There's only two actual ones there
Right.
in reality that are life size.
And even
Um,
those aren't they're yeah.
no, those are real, because you move up and you move into an elevator, and then you move up to eye level to the top of them. And the elevator is interesting because you get on an elevator and you're still on a fucking floating thing, and the elevator, like, you're like looking out, and there's no like bar catching you, at least that you can see.
Hmm.
Um, and it like goes up like really quickly, like you're like, oh shit, like you're like startled by like how quick it would be, but it's like what you would think an elevator would feel like in a
Right.
Star Destroyer. And you get whizzed down the thing. There's more shooting. Some rebels come. Stuff starts shooting. You like whizzing around corners. You cross paths with some other carts that I guess are other people on the ride, because I guess there's basically two paths that happen in the
Mhm.
ride. Unfortunately, I only got the same path every single time I read it. Um, and then like Kylo Ren appears and is like coming towards you in like a super cool effect. That's like it's like a bunch of things. There's like animatronics. There's an actual physical prop lightsaber. There's like a holographic projector that's like moving towards you and stuff. This is all behind the scenes stuff. But it's very convincing. You're like, oh shit, he's fucking hauling ass towards us. And then you come into another elevator, and then even that elevator is different than the elevator. And you're in the elevator, and then a fucking lightsaber comes down from the ceiling and starts chopping a fucking hole in the goddamn elevator. And you're like, oh shit, and the cart whizzes out of there, and you're like, more shit's exploding everywhere and shit. You're going down the hall, and then you're like on the bridge, or you like sneak up for whatever reason. You're like in the little pit. You know how there's like that walkway and there's the pit on the left and right of the main bridge
Yeah.
where Vader and Kylo Ren are always standing. And you like kind of creep up underneath there, and you're like looking at Kylo and Hux, and they're talking about, who gave away you know, the location of the stuff. And then from out of their window into space, you see all the resistance fighters like appear up in space, start shooting everywhere and stuff, and you get whizzed out again. And then you go down like another corridor, like you run underneath like the fucking giant laser cannon batteries, and they're like firing and moving backwards, and you're just like, there is so much fucking happening right now. There's like anywhere you look, there's like shit happening. It's like so crazy, explosive, immersive, and you're just like hauling ass in this cart, like super quickly and smoothly, which is weird because of you know
Again,
how it feels.
yeah, no track. Yeah.
And then you get whizzed into this one area, and then Kylo's there, and he like force grips your cart, and like the cart
Right.
like jerks in towards you, and there's like a cool whoosh thing and sound. And then you see, because there's like space to your right, like fucking X-wing flies by, and then like there's a huge explosion, and then like the back of space rips out between Kylo, and he like stabs his lightsaber to the ground to like try to hold himself, and there's like this huge rush of air, and you're just like, oh shit, because like the fucking compartment's decompressing, and
Right.
then you get whizzed onto a fucking escape pod. And um you're just like, oh shit, you're in a fucking escape pod, and you're looking out the window, and you're seeing like all the start things. And then they're like, okay, prepare for drop, and you're just like, okay, that's cool. And it's like, okay, this is probably where the ride ends. And then like there's a literal actual drop, like fucking like drop tower drop. Then you're just like, oh fucking shit. And then like you're moved straight into like a full fucking simulator Star Tours 8.0 type thing where things are
Right.
jostling around. You crash land onto a planet, and then you scuttle out, and you're outside again, but on like a totally different planet. And they're like, oh, thanks for making it. And then there's the Mon Calamari for Earther. It's like, oh, you made it and shit. And you like get off the ride, and you're just like,
Am I still in the park? Yeah.
it's just like that's a lot. Um, and I've timed it, by the way. So the actual cart ride part is only about 5 minutes, whereas everything else is about 30 minutes,
Right.
to like move through and hear people talk and get transported and all the stuff that I said happens. But yeah, it was just, it was at that moment in Disneyland where I was just like, this is legitimately so fucking cool. And of course, at the time, I was just like, I'm pretty smart. I don't know how half of that shit worked that I saw. It was fucking magical. Like there's just no other way to describe it. Um yeah, Rise of the Resistance. If you're a Star Wars fan,
Do it.
go, yeah, do it.
Do it.
Just do it. Even waiting was a pleasure. Just man, crazy. And I only found out later because it was something Jessica kept asking me each time we rode and we got off the transport and saw the stormtroopers. She's like, "Are those real? Are they animatronic?" And the truth is, it's about 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, damn, there's a lot of fucking people standing in fucking Stormtrooper
Yeah,
stuff
basically,
there.
depending on the field of level of it's like a level of detail thing,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, it's crazy. Just what a literal tour de force, pun intended. Uh, cool stuff. I was very impressed. It was my favorite thing at my vacation.
Disneyland.
Let's see. Yeah, what did we do from there? From there, we went on to a place that was just adjacent to the classic Pirates of the Caribbean ride. So I think it's called the Blue Bayou. Some other fancy restaurant we had stuff for, and I had like an itty bitty roasted chicken duck thing that was delicious. Then we went and stood in line for Pirates of the Caribbean, which is apparently Jessica's favorite ride. And it's Pirates of the Caribbean,
Right.
The classic ride, not necessarily something exciting. Uh,
And again, back in the day,
sure,
that was Rise of the Resistance level of
sure,
immersion,
yeah, it
right?
was the most animatronics they'd ever done
Well,
and all that sort of
and
stuff.
again, just full immersion. Like
Mhm.
you walk into a restaurant and suddenly you're out in the ocean, right?
Sure. But yeah, no. Like I didn't hate it. Um, Jessica had me ride that twice while I was there because it is her favorite. Um, but yeah, it's the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Like it's, yo ho, Pirates Life for me. It's Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Right.
Uh, there's Jack Sparrow's integrated into it now.
Which, yeah,
Um,
I'm whatever. I get why they did it.
he's integrated pretty tame, like they changed some
Well,
of the dialogue and he's like kind of hiding in the background
yeah,
of
he
things
had
and
to
it's
be
not
because
till the very
I
end.
want to say they wanted to do more and it got just pushed back.
So it's funny, um, because I was telling Jessica, it's like, why don't they make like a Rise of Resistance Pirates of the Caribbean ride? Because it would slap.
Right.
Apparently, they did, just not in this country. It's in Disneyland Shanghai, and there is a insane full immersion, like you're in the middle of like a pirate ship battle fighting Davy
Mm-hmm.
Jones, and like it uses all kinds of crazy technology. And apparently, that's interesting because it was Disneyland Shanghai was built in 2016, and the attractions were built by the American Imagineers group
Mm-hmm.
here in California. But apparently, that Pirates of the Caribbean ride, which is their premier ride at Disneyland Shanghai, was where they first evolved the concept that made it to Rise of the Resistance of full immersion.
Right.
Even the queue is interesting, like tour de force, like craziness. I must admit, I've seen a video of people doing it in Disneyland Shanghai, and I was like, damn, that looks fucking cool.
I want to do the Tron ride. I want that Tron ride here so badly.
So I was devastated when they told me we were in some building or something somewhere. Oh no, it was on the Avengers campus. That I guess the Avengers store
Mm-hmm.
used to be Flynn's Arcade. And I was like, there is a Flynn's Arcade here?
Uh-huh.
That this I'm
Uh-huh.
I love Tron. I love Tron. I would have liked to have gone to Flynn's Arcade. Um but yeah, no, there's a Tron Legacy Light Cycle coaster that you
Yes.
sit forward in at Disneyland Shanghai. Uh, that's interesting. I saw a video of it. It could be a little more Tron-y for my tastes because part of it
Sure.
rides outside and you kind of go through the park a bit and then go back into Tron or whatever, which I guess is kind of cool. Maybe the actual ride is funner than a image stabilized video. But we did Pirates. It was fine. Smelled like swamp water,
Mm-hmm.
which is to be expected, I suppose. Let's see. From there, we did. What did we do? Oh yeah, so we doubled back to Galaxy's Edge, and we had the blue milk in the cup that I'm actually drinking from right now, which is hands down the best fucking treat I had at Disneyland, including my cheat day. And I had those beignets.
Pretty damn
Man,
good.
blue milk, fucking holy shit, delicious. And delicious in not a like, it's not like overpowering. It's like very just the perfect amount of flavors and sweetness.
Yes.
I have no idea what the fuck is in it. It was a subject of much debate, including like we'd hear other people at the park talking about it, like, "What is this? This is delicious." And for those curious at home, what Star Wars blue milk tastes like, um, the consistency is like a slushy, um, but it has like a denseness to it, like you would expect from milk. It's a little bit creamy, um, and it has like a. My brother-in-law kept saying that it tastes like a very, very, very tame blue shock tart type of flavor, which led my chef wife to think that maybe it was like a coconut milk, rice milk, and like a blue raspberry, and then some other kind of fruit
Okay.
type of concoction. And they had blue and they had green milk there. The green milk had a totally different flavor. My in-laws did not enjoy the green milk. I did actually. It was lovely. I can only describe its flavor as it looks like yellow curry. I said looks like yellow curry, but it tastes like flowers. I
Okay.
don't know how else to describe it. It's very flowery.
Okay.
So I can understand why some people didn't like it. But it was delicious, and I went back specifically for blue milk several times each day, even getting the stupid fucking jug that Luke Skywalker chugged it from thing that like glows blue on the bottom and carrying some back to my hotel room to continue having it. Like I consumed my weight in blue milk and I don't feel bad about it and I miss it dearly.
And obviously, there's nothing in it that messes with your.
Yeah, I had it, first full day of the park, and I had absolutely, I didn't get the Schlitz. I didn't have to run to the bathroom. I got absolutely no warning signs, so I assume because my wife is a pretty good cook and
Mhm.
pretty good taste tester that it probably is just some fruit stuff, and it's like coconut and but obviously not that much coconut because if it's too much coconut,
Right.
you're gonna get this lich. So it must just be like mostly rice milk with like a dash of I don't know what it is, Nate.
Right. It's
I
magic.
want to
It's
know.
magic in a cup,
Yeah,
is what it is.
it is magic in a cup. If when you go there, I I didn't expect to be blown away by that, right? Like that's like the one thing. It's like okay, that's cute. They have blue milk.
Right.
Whoop de doo. But it was dope. From there, we went to the Millennium Falcon ride, whose name is escaping me. Which, after I looked at the YouTube videos, was way more complicated than I thought it was. Really, really good job of hiding the actual apparatus that you do all the things in.
Right.
Uh,
The Star
but
Tours again, cockpit.
yeah, but yeah, no, it was really cool. For fans of the Clone Wars, Hondo, who's a popular character from that, um, talks about his new acquisition of the Millennium Falcon and how you have now been recruited by him to go get some to purchase some cargo from people with harpoons. Um, all on
Purchase.
the up and
Yeah.
up.
Purchase.
All yeah, legitimate.
Forcefully.
Um, I think I pointed out to you when we were at the bar. I had a bunch of pictures, but you see him on video. There's an animatronic and then later there's like another video, and it looked like they used like all the forms. There's like a CGI one of him, there's an animatronic one of him, and there's like a dude in a fucking suit of him. And it was just all like, wow, that's really interesting that they would use all different styles
Right.
to convey the story. Um, and again, like waiting in the ride, you go through a pit droid stop. You see like an old decoupled pod racer engine, and you go up these catwalks and stuff, and you're above the Millennium Falcon, and there's like a whole thing where he's like trying to get the engines to work, and you can see the Millennium Falcon, which is the one that you can walk by and take pictures in front of. Um, in the main course of the land, and you're above it, and they're like trying to start the engines, and of course it's got the
Mm-hmm.
you know thing. Um,
Good imitation.
thanks. I heard it a lot. Okay, over 4 days, I heard it a lot. Um, but yeah, just like you're looking around, you're moving through. Just like really good experience waiting. I know it sounds dumb, but like waiting in line, like this is probably what the British are talking about. Like some of the British are like, oh, I love a good queue,
Right.
you know? And it's like, man, their queues are the best. That's for sure. Yeah, so we didn't wander in. We got funneled in and stuff, and then eventually you go through the airlock, and then you're fucking on the Falcon, man. And it's just like, it's just an indescribable moment, because it's like, I'm sure, Nate, you've probably thought to yourself, man, I wonder what it feels like to be inside the fucking Millennium Falcon.
Sure. What Star Wars fan wouldn't?
you know? Yeah, and so you're walking through the rounded corridors of the Falcon, and you're just like, this is the greatest thing. This is so cool. This is so dumb. It's just a static, obviously solid object, but this is so fucking cool. And then you're in the I guess it'd be the common room
Mm-hmm.
of the Falcon, with the chessboard, and there's all the things everywhere, and it's kind of the primary holding room, and then they'll take you into to different pathways to get to the cockpit after that. Unfortunately, I only did the ride once, and there's a bunch of Asian people hogging the chessboard, so I was not able to get a picture of me and the fam at the chessboard, which would have been nice, but
Right.
alas,
Alas,
so
it
it
did not
goes.
happen.
At some point in the line, they like some of the crew, air quotes, like came out and they're like, okay, so this ride you're going to be sitting down. There's going to be 6 positions, 2 pilots, 2 gunners, and 2 mechanics, and they give you like a card,
Mm-hmm.
physical card to hold on to. Like pick one, so then when whatever the ride dude like lets you on, he knows where to place you. And they give you like a brief synopsis of like what you need to do for the different activities
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. Um, and it was funny, and I think I even said it on a podcast. I talked to my chiropractor just the week before I came, and he told me, "Don't fly the Millennium Falcon. It sucks. You want to be the gunner. That's the fun one." And I told you at the bar, I was like, I'm not going to be here again probably for a very long time. I want to fly the fucking Falcon.
Right.
Because that's what you want to do. I don't know. Maybe not everybody wants to fly the Falcon. Yeah, and so then we got into the Falcon, and it was a best described as a you're controlling a Star Tours type advanced video game.
Right.
So you're in some kind of cockpit on some sort of insane gimbal with physical rumbles, and you have all of the real physical throttles and switches and shit that you would expect to have on the Millennium Falcon. How they split up the duties was
He's a
if
duty.
you're I did. If you're pilot, and I was left pilot, you get control of horizontal movement, and then if you're the right pilot, you're in control of vertical movement. Um, and then gunners get left and right sides, and then I'm not really sure what the engineers do because I wasn't paying attention in that role because that's not the role I did. My understanding is they press buttons
Yeah,
and they have a
like
console
things
and try
go
to
out
fix
and
the
they have
ship.
to, yeah, fix them.
Yeah. Um, yeah, so we were flying the Falcon, and as a longtime video gamer, I can tell you gamer people out there listening to this show with certainty that the Falcon handles like a wide ass floaty bitch in space, which I guess I would expect for being a giant, you know,
Wide
saucer
ass
with a couple of
saucer.
couple
Yeah.
of horn. Yeah. Yeah. Um and I was trying not to hit things, and I was not doing a very good job of it. I was hitting fucking everything. It was just a it was a hilarious, super fun train wreck would be my experience. I think about, I don't know, a few minutes or 5 minutes in or whatever, my father-in-law, who was also co-pilot with me, was like, "You're going the wrong fucking way over there!" Like he's fucking screaming at me. And we're fucking bouncing off the walls. We're fucking hitting shit. And I was like, "Oh, right, okay." I was trying to do better, and we harpooned the thing, and um, it was pretty cool because we got to go to hyperspeed like a bunch of times, and pretty satisfying effect. Um, and we got the cargo, and then something went wrong with our engines halfway through hyperspeed, so we dropped out, and we were in like a fucking asteroid field, and I was like, "Oh fuck." And I was trying not to hit the asteroids. I
And you
hit
were
most of
hitting
them.
every single one
I
of
hit
them.
most of them. And we eventually got through, and fucking Boba Fett showed up for some fucking reason, and he did the fucking his bomb from Attack of the Clones, which is one of my favorite things. Blew up the asteroids, went to hyperspace. We did a hot entry into a planet, and we were told to land the Falcon, and I did by crashing it into the fucking run. And I have a health bar on
Well,
my screen. I have a
you're the
percentage.
left
I
to
have a.
right. That has crashing it into the runway has nothing to do with you. That's your up down pilot.
I mean, I suppose so, but I also felt like it was my fault because we had 18% hull integrity by the time we landed, and Honda was there, and he was like, "Ah, well, at least you brought me the cargo." you know, like I'm pretty sure I crushed a pit droid landing into the hangar or whatever. But we barely made it. Only after the fact, when I looked up how the ride works, apparently we got actually one of the rarest runs, because apparently not everybody gets to go to the asteroid field, and very few people actually crash the fucking Falcon. So I was like, "Oh, sweet, we got a unique
It
experience
probably
out of
takes
it."
a certain trigger of events, like your
So,
mechanics aren't
yeah,
mechanicking, and
yeah. Well, so what I found out later was, so they have all these cockpits, and they seal you in, and it obviously becomes like a kind of Star Tours type thing,
Mhm.
or more advanced since you're controlling it. But it is a real time video game, and so certain all kinds of different triggers and stuff. If you do it this way, this thing happens. This happens or whatever. Um, and also, I guess apparently one of the special things about the ride is this cockpit. The Millennium Falcon cockpit. There's 36 of them on a rotating
Right.
carousel that swap down into the exact spot you would think it would be in the Falcon layout. And so, depending on how the carousels are working and people getting on and off, you have longer or shorter time in the video game.
Right.
Um, and I also learned an interesting fact in the YouTube that it is one of the few um, Disneyland attractions that has its own full ADA compliant cockpit for wheelchair folk,
Nice.
which I found to be fascinating since that's the field I'm in. And I'm like, oh yeah, not a lot of handicapped people can do all this shit
Right.
at Disneyland. So that's super cool that this really obviously expensive thing, they built a special cockpit specifically for wheelchair folk, and I was like, that's awesome.
Now, does it just
That's
come
super cool.
around in the carousel, or is it got its own special?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It just comes around in the carousel. So it's like all the staff, I assume, are like, okay, we got handicapped people, we're gonna give them a special token. They're known, like, okay, we need to be ready by this time, kind of thing. Yeah. So my understanding is that their carousel has very little um, movement and stuff since they're in their own
Sure.
wheelchairs and
Yeah.
stuff.
You,
But they can still
you
do the
don't you
ride,
don't need to have
which is
someone
great.
skidding across the inside of your ride because they're not
Yeah, you're in a wheelchair rolling back and forth into other wheelchairs or some
right.
shit.
Yeah, there's
That
only
would
so
suck.
much accommodation you could do for securing all the varying types of wheelchairs. So
Well, I'm just curious as someone who does look at those codes all the time, like what I assume they had to get special state and county clearance, and whoever the ADA inspector is down there,
mhm.
like there had to be some serious certifications because I've never really even heard of, you know, attraction rides being ADA compliant, you know? So,
Right.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But still, super cool of Disney to do that. Super cool because, nobody fucking thinks about them. um yeah, there's I obviously have a lot to talk about, but I've spent a lot of time talking about stuff. Let's see. Other highlights. I didn't make a lightsaber since I've had one for several years for a friend of mine, but Jessica got to make one.
What
Um,
color did she choose?
she ended up choosing green,
Oh,
despite the fact that she said she was going to go Sith or go home the entire time. But we corrected that by getting her a Sith Kyber crystal later. Um, yeah. I'd seen the ceremony online.
hmm
And it's pretty simple ceremony in my opinion. And since I already had one, I didn't really feel the need to do the ceremony myself. So I stood behind my wife and watched her make a lightsaber. Which, despite the fact that she's totally assembled mine and stuff several times over the years, she was just big ass shit eating grin on her face the whole time. Um,
well, there's something about that whole the presentation and everything that yeah, sure she's put yours together, but you weren't standing there the entire time giving her a diatribe in a temple,
True.
right? Again,
Well,
it's
and
the
it's not even
experience.
it's not even a temple. Like the kind of story of it is that um they're non-Jedi people helping Jedi flow into the resistance to not be found by the First Order. Actually, some of the thing because you're waiting outside the shop and like Kylo Ren comes by with stormtroopers and they start interrogating some people like that are like in line or whatever. And it's got a pretty convincing like show and
hmm
voice changer or whatever the hell on him and stuff. And and then you get funneled inside and they're like, we want to help you, get the lightsaber and stuff, and then get off planet as fast as possible so the First Order doesn't find you, kind of thing. Um, and it's a live show. It's real people moving around and helping you with stuff and whatnot. And there's like a dude in the center who's kind of guiding the experience or whatever.
Right. The
And then
ringmaster, as
when
it were.
yeah, the guy who has the on hip speaker
Right.
rigged to his headset. Yeah, that guy. Um, and they had even like nice little like verbiage for um God, they called the people people like Jessica building the lightsaber, they called them the fuck, what did they call them?
I don't
They
remember. I
called
seen
them
the video
something.
too.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but they called people like me the travelers or
Hmm.
whatever and stuff, and it was a little cramped in the room, so sometimes their assistants would walk by me and they'd be like, "Oh, excuse me, traveler," whatever, and I was like, "Okay, that's cool." They maintain the illusion or whatever, which is neat.
Right.
There was a cool moment when they ignite their lightsabers, when Yoda's voice pops up and says like a cool little thing about how they're the next generation of Jedi and stuff and whatnot. And it's like, all right, that's kind of cool with the Yoda right there, you know. So she was super happy with that. Um, my brother-in-law got had problems. His lightsaber was the only one that didn't ignite during the ignition ceremony, and they had to take it backstage and figure out what the fuck was going on with it.
Oh, was it
Hell.
his station was bad or?
Hard to say. Having disassembled these many times, there's a lot of parts.
Hmm.
And some are magnetic with like near field communication to quote unquote make the thing complete, or the circuitry or the CPU in it
Sure,
to
sure.
think, okay, I have all the parts assembled so I can function or whatever. I don't know whether it was he just sucked at assembling it, or if he just got like a bad or iffy malfunctioning core piece or something. Um yeah, so we did that. Oh my god. And then we did a ride I was never going to do.
Okay.
We did the Incredicoaster,
Ah, yes.
and anybody who knows me, I don't do loops, and I'm not real big on coasters. Um
Well, you can't say that anymore. At least one of those two. You can still not be big on coasters, but
I mean, I did
you've
it.
now done a loop.
I've done loops before.
Oh, okay.
I just know that I don't like them
Gotcha.
on roller coasters. Um, there's like one at the Edmonton Mall in Canada, formerly the largest mall in the world, and there's a coaster that like goes around the mall, and you're like flying over the heads of people fucking shopping.
It's just a
And
weird
there's
concept to
a
me.
loop and a goddamn corkscrew,
Hmm.
like fucking above people in the mall. And it's terrifying.
Imagine like losing your phone and it thwaps someone in the head that's shopping.
I mean, when I did that coaster, it was before everybody had phones.
True. Yeah.
Um,
And
so
pager. Fine.
not a big deal.
Pager.
Sure, yeah, pager would have been more appropriate. Yeah, sure. A below teenager had a fucking pager on him, Nate. That's exactly what happened. Um, Probably more likely to have like a Game Boy, to be honest. But no, I did the Incredicoaster, which I learned later um, is basically
Hmm.
accelerator electromagnet acceleration from 0 to 60.
In
Um,
4.4 seconds.
it's short,
Yeah.
whatever it is. We timed the coaster while we were waiting in line, and like a full loop was like a minute 10,
Yeah.
which is about right for a fast coaster. Like that makes total sense, but yeah, no, like so I got in line. I was with my wife and my brother-in-law and just my mom and father-in-law. The rest of the party was off elsewhere doing something. And the whole time they're like, you can step out at any time, even like right up to the cart. They'll let you,
I'll let you
get
nope
off.
out. Yeah.
Like, and the whole time I'm waiting, and the whole time I've just got like this fucking look on my face. I'm like, I don't know
Yeah, why
if
the
I
fuck?
do this, but
Yeah.
if I don't do this, like, I don't know. It's like I kept looking at my wife. I was like, "Do you want me to do this?" And she's like, "You do whatever's comfortable, but I would love it if you went with me
Right.
because I love coasters."
Right.
And I'm like,
Nut up or shut up, Tim.
okay.
Right.
So I did the fucking credit coaster.
Right.
I was nervous getting into the coaster. I was definitely nervous when we went down into the water where you get launched from
Mm-hmm.
before because it's right next to the Ferris wheel
Right, right.
there at that part of the park. Um, and it was about maybe just a little bit before twilight was when we did it. And honestly, the thing about it that bugged me, or at least didn't sit right with me, was the launch, the 0 to 60, and then the immediate sharp drop after the
Right.
launch, because you're going so fast that you don't even
Negative
really know.
G's are, yeah.
Yeah, you're going so fast that you don't even really notice that you're going up, and then there's a huge drop, and you're just like, ugh,
Yep.
hurt. um, I think the only thing that made it okay for me after that was that the coaster is very smooth,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's the full harness.
Right.
I have
You ain't
I
going
have
anywhere.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have things to grip on to. Uh, uh, I don't know. Pardon.
Which
I guess.
there are aerospace levels of redundancy in that as well.
Oh, I fucking hope so.
Yeah.
I when I was looking up how all these fucking things worked, and Credit Coaster was one of them. Um, right next to that in the YouTube suggestion was greatest coaster fails, and I couldn't help myself but watch
Mm-hmm.
it. And I was like, oh god, that's horrifying.
Was
That's
Superman
terrible.
was Superman down in Valencia on there?
I did not see a Superman. I saw it didn't really like it. It was pretty poorly put together collage of videos.
Okay.
But there's like one with like a kid, and it had like the
Shouldered, yeah.
lapper thing or whatever, and he was doing a loop or something. The camera was like facing towards him, like on the dash or something, and the fucking thing just flipped up in the loop, and he's like screaming and holding onto his mom and stuff, and I'm like, oh Christ. No.
Which is weird because they should have that safety belt buckle as well as a backup.
There's no safety belt on the Incredicoaster.
Okay.
You just have the harness. Um, but the fail was not the Incredicoaster for those
Sure.
who are about to go on it. Yeah, don't worry. If I lived, you can. Um, which is funny because I feel like probably because I don't have a ton of pictures in here, but the because I had done it earlier that day too. Was I did the Guardians of the Galaxy ride? Um, and did I talk to you about that? At I did. Okay, I showed you a picture. Okay.
You didn't show me a picture, but you did talk to me about how much you did not like the up down free fall.
Oh yeah, so I did the Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Escape something something ride, which was super cool. And my idiot brain, despite walking to the attraction and it's a giant fucking tower, and
Didn't dawn on you.
it did not occur to me until the ride started that the ride is a drop tower. And for those who don't know what a drop tower is, you get strapped into a shitty plastic seat with a shitty loose seat belt with a bare ass fucking wire metal cage above you, and then they drop your ass 7, 8, 10 stories and go up and down multiple times at different levels.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, to be just a little bit different than other drop towers,
Has pew pews going on at the same time.
Has a story going on with Guardians of the Galaxy stealing something, and Rocket breaks something, and your shit goes all haywire. And while the video is going, you're like bouncing like a fucking bad boat ride and chop while this video is going. But I didn't see a lot of that because I was just too busy, full both hands gripped around my wife's arm, um, knowing that I'm just too skinny for this ride with like, I don't know, a 5 inches of
Slack.
height
Yeah.
slack, and I'm bouncing up and down in this fucking thing, screaming, "How can this fucking possibly be safe? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh, I hate this! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh, I hate this! Fuck! 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 Fuck!" Like, just for however fucking many minutes it lasts. Uh, yeah.
So I'm
So,
definitely not getting
in
you on
terms,
Superman down here.
no, it's
It's a
never
it's a
happening.
mag launch ramp drop tower,
Nope. 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 Nope.
and its claim
Nope.
to
And nope.
fame and its fail was when they first got it. Like if you ever look at it, watch people ride it, it goes about 75% of the way to the top. And people have complained, like, why doesn't it go all the way up? Because the power required to push that cart all the way up to the top actually blew the power grid for the city.
Jesus.
Which is why I was wondering what the Rise of the Resistance power consumption was.
Oh yeah. I mean,
But yeah, if
it's
it's lithium
probably
ion
not.
batteries, that's probably not so bad.
Well, and the fact that they're charging and decharging, yeah, I don't know.
You don't have that
I don't.
surge like you do with those mag launches.
Well, no, because it's constant.
Right.
I think probably the only time that rise resistance rise is using a ton of power is when it's moving,
Mm-hmm.
rather than it's static
And even the mag
levitating.
launches, you're basically using giant capacitors for that charge. So,
Yeah. Well, I looked up how the Incredicoaster worked, and ironically, it works like a mag lock
mm-hmm.
that I install in my daily life, and it's like 30 of them opposing, and you're just hitting the magnets just right,
As you go, yeah.
and bloop, bloop, bloop,
Yep.
you're going, because it is sure as fuck not stopping on
Right.
that particular part of
The law of inertia.
the track.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did the Guardians. It was cool, a lot of cool waiting. My father-in-law pointed out, I guess the original Yeti from the Matterhorn is in one of the cages in the waiting part for
Oh, the
the Guardians of the
collectors.
Galaxy
Yeah, the
ride.
collector has them.
Yeah. Um, so that was cool.
That's
The waiting was
amusing.
cool.
Yeah.
There's like neat stuff. There's like an animatronic rocket that comes by at some point. It's pretty cool. Um, I like to tell you that the whatever the video story is while the ride's occurring is cool. But mostly I just fucking hated Rocket for killing the power, because like you get in, and this is what I remember before I was terrified and stopped remembering what the fuck was going on in the ride. Other than the fact that oh fuck, Steppenwolf's Born to Be Wild was playing for the ride. Like you're in and the car, you're strapped in and you're feeling wonderful and fuzzy, not thinking it's a drop tower, and Rocket's like, "Oh, we're gonna do this," and I'm gonna cut the power and then everything's gonna be fine. And then cuts the power and it's like, "Oh, that was the power to your thing," and then boom, like
Right.
drop, and then all this shit happens, and I was like, "Oh fuck, oh fuck everything, fuck you, Rocket, fuck you, you piece of shit rodent, I fucking hate you." Um, so yeah, all that stuff. Didn't like the drop tower, but I liked the Incredicoaster more. Like I was able to, other than those first two things, I was able to enjoy the Incredicoaster. It
Sure.
was pretty smooth. You can see the loop coming up, and I was like, okay, is this loop going to be bad? Because I always remember coaster loops being bad. And honestly, the loop didn't phase me one bit
Right.
on the Incredicoaster. I was like, okay, all
If the
right,
loop is
well, I
done right,
guess.
it just feels like you're kind of going up a hill.
Yeah, yeah. And I didn't have any kind of like, I don't know, whatever coasters I've been on the past, um, like the loops are like violent,
Right.
I guess, in a way. And I don't know. Let's see. Powering through here. Incredicoaster. I'll have to send you a picture of me on the Incredicoaster. Of me just going
Oh, you did. You showed me that one. The
of the Incredicoaster
yeah.
one? Okay. I didn't show you the one of Guardians of the Galaxy of me just being absolutely fucking shitless terrified.
No.
Okay. I'll have to send that to you. Oh, after that, we did the Cars ride. I don't remember what it's called, but it's the big one in Radiator Springs.
Mhm.
Which honestly is a really fantastic ride. There's like a lot going on to it. Waiting in line is cool on
Yes.
that one. Um, you get into the Cars land, you get into a car, and it's like a 5-seater
Mhm.
car thing, and it's on a track, and you're tootling through Radiator Springs from the Cars movie, and it's all peaceful and stuff. And then it goes nighttime, and then you get chased by a cop, and there's cow tipping, and then you're with another cart or car with another people, and then you race, and then it's pretty fast. I would say it's probably 45, maybe 55 miles an hour. And you're screaming around and you know doing drifts and stuff, and there's like a whole thing, and Mater and Lightning McQueen are like, oh yeah, blah 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 or whatever the hell. But it was like a super solid ride. I was like, oh man, this is actually
Mhm.
might be up there for one of my more entertaining rides
It's
that I
just a fun
did.
little ride. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
Doesn't
just
doesn't
fun.
try
Like
to do too
it's
much.
cool.
Yeah.
It does a lot actually. I
Right.
would
But no,
say
I'm
that
saying
in
it doesn't
terms of
try
it.
to do too much. Like the ride itself, the
Sure.
right.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, it's going to
Yeah.
drift a little bit. It's not, it's not going to free fall drop you. It's not going to spin you around 180
There's
degrees.
some there was
Right.
some
Yeah.
um
Moguls, whoopties.
moguls.
Yes.
Yeah, there were some whoopties in there that had some decent lift when you
Right.
crested the hill on them. But no, super good. I don't think my 2-year-old nephew could have handled the later part of the ride, but the beginning party would have been fine on. But yeah, no, I
In
had
coaster
had a really
parlance,
good
that's
time on
called
that.
air times. But yeah.
Yeah. Then we ate at another fancy reserve only called the Lamplight Lounge, which is on the water right across from actually the launch of the coaster.
Hmm.
Where I had a fan fucking tastic gluten-free burger. Um and some drink, and then from there I ran over and met you
Yep.
with your large ponytail.
By large. That's not that large.
Large enough for me to pick you out as soon as I exited the gate.
Yeah. I mean, considering the last time you saw me was what, 2019, and I believe. No, I hadn't shaved my head then because we were pre-COVID.
I think you had,
Short-ish hair.
yeah, but it's still fairly long.
Yeah.
Like it covered your ears.
Hmm.
That's what I remember. Yeah. Um yeah. So I mean, to tell me talk about was you cuz so truth be told, I got the impression that you were maybe a little nervous when we first met up for a few drinks got into you.
Uh,
No?
no, not at
No?
all. Again,
Okay.
I think I was more nervous when I met you in Washington, because that was officially our
Fair,
first
because
meeting, and
that was the first time.
I
Sure.
was with wife, and you were, well, not wife yet at that point, I believe.
Right.
Um, so yeah, there was a lot of moving parts there, which, yeah, meeting up at Disneyland at that point, it was like, it's just you and me. I'm cool with that. It was just more
Mm.
of the logistics of finding a place because we didn't have we didn't pick a place.
No, I mean
So,
I didn't know the area. I was the fish out of water
mhm.
over there. I was like, I don't know, do you know where to go?
Yeah,
I've walked up and down this boardwalk 4 times now. I don't
yeah.
know. I don't remember what all is on it.
And there's
You know?
tons of cute little places on that boardwalk. But yeah, I took a recommendation from my brother-in-law, and I didn't realize that it was in the resort.
Yeah, would have been good to know.
Would have been
Would have
great
saved
to
us
know.
like 30 minutes probably
Yes.
of aimless wandering arounding.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe the only thing was, because it was a Friday, I did work that day. So you caught me on the tail end of a very long day.
Mm, I got you.
So I was probably
Okay.
just out. Oh no, yeah, and I was running around. I took the day off because I was running around with the kids earlier that day. That's what it was.
That's right. That's right. Because you went and did like the little
Kid space,
like
kid space,
gadgety
as I
funland
call it,
thing.
because
Yeah.
it's kid space, all one word. So kid space.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've been running around with them the whole day, and yeah, I think we were comparing step trackers, and you're just like, I usually don't put in 10K, and I was like at 13K, and I'm like, dang, I put in a ton of work today, and you're like, clown, 18K.
Yeah, I think when I looked back at my trackers after all of the machine learning algorithms kicked in, I was averaging about 8.5 miles a day,
Yeah, which is
which
typical when you go to a
is,
theme park.
I mean, I didn't know this because my experience was from Disney World, the one that I remember,
Sure. You
and it
probably didn't
was
have a
like I
step
said,
tracker on you.
true, and I was younger.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of distance between rides and queues, and
Yeah.
you think about it, like you do an overhead of one of those parks after the end of the day, and you go, oh wow, yeah, I can see where I walked.
Oh yeah,
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 that
yeah.
many
I had
miles a
I had all
day.
my trackers. I had my fog of war on. I had the whole 9 yards. And of course I ordered way too many drinks, and you attempted to make me finish one of them when I was like, I was done, and you were like, no, you need to finish
You need
this,
to finish this. Yeah.
and I did,
Yeah.
and I
Well,
somehow made it up to my room.
you didn't have to
And
drive,
true, I did not have to drive.
and
Did
I'm a
you have to
bad
do
in-
any
and
waiting?
I'm a bad influence. No, I was actually, by the time I walked out and walked
Hmm.
back to my car, I was like, wow, okay, we're good.
Oh, good,
I even
good.
did
I
my
was worried.
because I have a little pocket breathalyzer in my car just for instances such as this. Like if I'm going to hop behind the wheel, I'm going to check myself first. And I think I was,
I mean,
well,
smart.
I might have been point oh 0.04, which point oh 0.08 is the legal limit.
What's Oh, you're 0.8 there? Okay.
Yeah, point oh 0.08.
Okay. 0.08. What is our limit different? I actually
It
don't know.
might be oh 0.08 there. It might be 0.10. I forget. It varies from area to area. But yeah, I was at only like a point oh 0.04, that's well within, especially considering my height and weight and the amount that we
No,
drank.
we have the same one. I
Okay.
guess it's 0.08.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, well under.
So if it's at that or above, you are under the influence.
Correct.
Okay. Good to know.
Yep.
Good to know. Yeah, because I think I stayed up a little late that night because I hadn't heard that you were back yet. It was midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And so I watched the Callisto Protocol review because those had just dropped. And then I think a little bit after I finished it, you got a text, or I got a text from you.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, home,
Yep.
something like that.
Yeah. Made it.
Yeah, something like that. And I was like, okay, good. Closing it out. The last day we did Goofy's Kitchen for the Wii One, where I would not want to be the staff at this kitchen where there's Goofy and Mickey and Minnie and Chip and Dale and giant costumes, and every fucking 45 minutes they gotta dance and parade around the whole fucking cafe to like fucking whatever the top pop songs are of the week. Um, so as an adult, it was nauseating. Um,
Sure. Sure. And as a parent, it's probably even worse because you've already heard these songs on repeat, on loop.
I mean, I guess probably. I don't know. But that was the start of my cheat day.
Mhm.
So I had.
Did you start with the beignets?
Un- no, unfortunately, no. Beignets were actually the last thing I had.
Okay.
Barely by the luck skin of my teeth on the way out to catch the bus back to
Right.
the airport. No, I started with they had Danishes there, and I am 1,000% a Danish person.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a handful of those. They were unfortunately a little stale, but I wasn't complaining too terribly much.
Right.
So I started with those, and I had a list actually. I've got the note here as my fucking stomach.
You're like
It's like
Danish. No, feed me.
So I had a Disneyland cheat day. So I had something at Pim's Kitchen, something at Docking Bay 7. Docking Bay 7, I guess, is one of the places you can eat. But you need to queue or place a mobile order or something at in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Oga's Canteen is another one. Beignets, Japanese pancakes. I had something fishy put down. Roasted Ronto wraps and Disney churros. That was my cheat day list, and I completed all of those except for Pim's Kitchen, Docking Bay 7, and Oga's Cantina.
Okay.
So I was able to get the Japanese pancakes, which were delicious, though a little light on the flavor from what I was expecting of a pancake. Something fishy. I actually doubled up with the food that my wife had next to my burger at the Lamplight Lounge before I met you. She got like a salmon burger thing, and we kind of just traded burger and salmon, and it was delicious. We got roasted Ronto wraps, which was Galaxy's Edge thing, which were fucking delicious. They look not interesting and super boring looking.
Right.
It's like a pita bread thing and like some coleslaw and like some weird looking meat. And like a sauce on it. But eating them was fucking delicious.
Your stomach is like, I remember those.
Yeah, it's doing something all right. That's for sure. But yeah, no, they were super delicious. Like I actually would have probably had one like every day for a meal. That's how delicious they were. They're just like really unassuming looking. It's just like, well, this doesn't look like anything fucking special.
Right.
You know, and then you eat it and you're like, never mind. This is fucking amazing. I had one Disney churro, which Jessica kept telling me, you know, Disney churros are the best churros on the fucking planet, and nothing can compare.
It's a churro.
I don't fucking agree. Like, what I'll agree to is that the churro that I ate was literally made in front of me.
Right.
So that it was fresh. It was not something that had been sitting under a heat lamp for the whole fucking day.
Right. Like a churro made in front of you is better than the churro that you get at the movie theater that's been rotating around for a week. Yeah. There we go. Had a wobbly arm on my chair.
I can't tell whether I hear Brock's TV or I hear sex noises.
Oh, Brock got a booty call
in the room over there.
Yeah,
and he did come back. So I don't know.
Brock got a booty call.
I honestly don't know. I will ask it.
The Fork fam needs to know what those sounds were we heard on the podcast. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be really weird though. Like we're doing. I'm like talking lower. I don't know why. Like that'd be really weird. We're just doing podcasts, and then it's just like, oh, that's kind of a weird thing to maybe potentially hear through the walls. It's just fucking me and Nate doing a podcast, and then
hey, maybe the sound of your sultry voice is what's doing it for her. I don't know.
That wouldn't be
the first. Okay, yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah. So I completed that list. Oh, we did the Thunder Mountain coaster.
Big Thunder Mountain, yes.
I love that coaster.
Yeah, it's a solid ride.
We did it at night, which was totally different. We did it at day, which was totally different. It was the same track, but just the experience of going through was very different.
Yes.
Fantastic coaster. I rode it twice. Loved everything about it. It was truly delightful.
And to think the visuals on that is relatively unchanged since it opened.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
What a good designed thing.
The flaming coals and all that, like that was solid. That's solid effects work.
Well, it's interesting because at night, when you get to the top of like the TNT shaft, which is the highest
Mhm.
climb and drop that coaster has, which isn't even that bad. At night they uh they've got like LEDs on the wall for like a fuse, and then when it blows up at the top, they shoot like, I think it's like water mist to
Mhm.
simulate like a smoke explosion at the top. Whereas in the day, they don't have any of that
Mhm.
happening at all. So at night, it's like way cooler when you get to the top. I think it's just sound effects during the day. There are a lot of sex noises.
Good for you, Brock. Dude, I heard that one.
Yeah, you heard that one. Oh man, cool. Well,
do we
if you
do
can
we need
hear
to
that,
call it?
Fork Fam.
Nah. The fuck in your podcast.
Whoa.
I mean, since we already lost our PG-13 rating at this point.
Sure, for sure. Feel like this is definitely a moment that you'll will bust your knuckle would have hilariously enjoyed. Anyways, so from there we went and got Dole Whip.
And Dole Whip's some good shit.
Ooh. Yeah, it is. We have it here at our Menchie's. Except they had different flavors there, Disneyland. And got everybody some Dole Whip, and then we hunted on over from there to the Jungle Cruise, which is one of the few rides that I do remember very well from
The
Disney
dad joke
World.
simulator, yes.
Oh my gosh, the dude we had on this cruise ship. Can you hear that? Uh, uh, he was very funny. He was very funny.
Yes.
I recorded the whole thing. He was fantastic. I'm told by the in-laws that he is one of the funnier
Yes.
people that they have had on that particular thing.
Yeah. Some of those operators
Cruise.
definitely have the dad joke art down. And some
Oh
don't.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let's see. From there, we booked over to. Oh, then I got the Ronto wrap. Then we did Indiana Jones,
Mhm.
which, as you said, you almost fell out on. That was fantastic. I actually didn't know what kind of ride it was going to be. I was told by the in-laws, they're like, it's like a minecart kind of ride thing. And then in my head, because Temple of Doom is my favorite Indiana Jones film, I was like, hell yeah.
It is not a minecart ride, but
No, it's not. It's a weird Jeep thing with fake Jeep noises.
right, fake
And
Jeep
tire
noises
squealing.
and fake tire squealing, and it goes off road even though the tires never leave the ground.
Yeah, it's true. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it for one of the older rides. I was like, that's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking solid.
Good presentation walking up, good presentation throughout.
Because I remember at Disney World, there's an Indiana Jones experience, but it's like a show.
Right.
It's like a dude doing some stunts, running away from a fucking boulder,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, oh, it's lame. So, you know. Then it was I was running around getting people, family members, some gifts. Snagged my mom a shirt, my dad a shirt, my uncle a hat. We did Rise of the Resistance again, which we had a much longer wait for. So when we were the Star Destroyer, there's like a huge line to be interrogated, which honestly was fine because we got to look around at stuff. And I didn't know the first time that the hangar opening out, either it's a projection or it's a giant screen opening out to space because there's like ships moving by and shit. I was like, oh, I did not notice that the first time. That's still fucking cool. Then we did a show that we had to get like tickets for, and it came with a meal. It wasn't called Fantasia. even
Phantasmic?
though it sounded Phantasma, I think it was called.
Phantasmic.
Phantasmic. And I wasn't expecting much of anything. But honestly, the show was pretty fucking dope.
Yeah.
Like they had a fucking like a bunch of Disney characters and a Mickey thing and Pirates of the Caribbean ship with real people swinging around and shit and doing stunts. And I was like, damn, this is quite the live production.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. All right, just another day doing podcast. Wow, fucking is occurring.
And it's pouring rain outside my window, so that's all I hear.
Yeah, and then pretty much we did a bunch of other stuff and wrapped up our time at the park. Me and Jessica were running back to the hotel, and we were like, if there's no line, we'll get beignets. If there's a line, we don't have the fucking time, and we'll miss our fucking transport to the fucking thing. It was kismet, and there was no line. Walked in, ordered beignets, which was weird to order because they asked me a bunch of questions I did not have the answers to.
Oh, okay.
You know, because they were like, do you want a small, large, or family size? And I'm like, is this quantity?
Yes.
Is it a size thing? I don't know what this is
quantity
that I'm eating. And she was like, "Oh, they're like this size." And
yeah,
that
like
was
donut
a lie,
holes.
they were like three times. They were 3 times the size.
Yeah.
She said. And then she's like, "Do you want dipping sauce?" And I was like, "Do I want dipping sauce? Like, I don't know. Is that a thing I should do?"
Powdered.
And she's like, "Some people do it."
Yeah, powdered sugar.
I was like, "Well, is it like one dipping sauce or is it like a?" She's like, a lot of people choose raspberry. And I was like, I like raspberry. Give me raspberry dipping sauce. Went and got the beignets, hauled ass back to the hotel, waited in the lobby for the limo van thing to pick us up. Ate beignets, which were probably my second favorite thing that I ate.
I told you they were good.
Yeah, you were right. You know,
and and like I said, they actually make them pretty damn authentic. Yeah,
it's authentic. You said it was as authentic as you could get on the West Coast because you said you've had the real thing back east.
Yep.
So you were spot on. They were fucking delicious. I think I had 3, and that was plenty. Plenty for me. Super good. Went to the airport, and then you know, our flight was delayed by 2 hours because
all
of the
that
snow.
All that rush and.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't have known,
right?
You know. Got on the plane, and then I had intended to play my Switch because Jessica was gonna sleep. But I ended up sitting next to someone who I guess works for my county's election office, and she was the chattiest of Kathys that ever chatted Kathy. And I talked to her for like the fucking whole 3.5 hour fucking flight. Like, it was wild. That's why I wasn't able to grab the flight attendant to see, like, hey, do you happen to have like a daughter who drinks a lot and goes to the tiki bar, has a magic key pass at all, red hair currently? Yeah, because this woman I was sitting next to just told me like fucking everything, and like talked about her fucking son and how he's like 16 and there's like this girl, but she doesn't talk to him, but she's curious, and like
How did I get volunteered for this conversation? Right?
Like it was one of those things that started off as, I think she asked me an innocuous question, like,
and you said something about gaming, and it was like, oh, you would understand my teenage boy then.
No, actually, gaming never came up.
Oh, okay.
Apart from the fact that she said her and her husband and her younger daughter, they play video games, but her son is super weird in that he doesn't play video games and doesn't do social media, but is only interested in baseball. And I'm like, yeah, that's a little weird.
Right.
To not have zero hobbies outside of baseball.
But he'll probably end up making the majors and supporting the rest of the family the rest of their lives. So
Yeah, maybe. I think she said that he's going to some special team that I guess their coach is like an ex scout for the Cubs,
okay,
I guess, which I'm told is a real team. I don't
yes, Chicago Cubs.
know. Yeah. So yeah. Then got home, then waited at our carousel to find our bags that were also 2 hour delayed because they got swapped around to different things because machines broke and SeaTac sucks like that.
Yes.
And drove home 11 o'clock at night in snow.
Who
Picked up
who
Jessica's
drove?
car and drove back was my brother-in-law, and I forgot to mention when we drove to the airport, my brother-in-law also drove us to the airport. We were in his rig. He drives like fucking Speed Racer.
In the snow.
I love my brother-in-law, but he is like barely past 21 and a Californian and should not drive like that.
In general, not just in.
No turn
Yeah.
signals, no just fucking whipping it to lane and lane. I was like, Jesus Christ, we'll fucking die. Um, but obviously we didn't.
Right.
So yeah. So that was my life story, Nate, of Disneyland, pretty much. Reasonably condensed, I suppose.
Oh yeah, we could definitely have
Uh,
gone more than 2.5 hours.
yeah, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Fresh off the tails of a bio break, we are back.
Video games.
Video games. So the Video Games Award just happened.
It did.
Which I didn't get to watch because I was laying in bed feeling ill when I saw your message come up in the Discord. Everyone, come join me. I'm like, why is he making
Oh,
this announcement? And I looked at it. I'm like, oh, right. The Video Game Awards are happening right now.
yeah. So I streamed it.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel actually joined for most of it,
Nice.
which was fun. And apparently my stream only shit out during the video game orchestra lead in to the actual Game of the Year award winner.
Okay. So you missed Bill
So
Clinton boy?
no. The stream I was watching was fine.
Oh, okay.
My stream
Gotcha.
had some hiccups in the very end. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff announced. So let's just hit through.
Oh, you want to go over the announcements or the actual award winners? Or both?
I want to do the announcement first. So if there's see that little click all
Yep.
see all thing?
Yep.
I'm gonna hit that and just go through it. Surprising everybody, Death Stranding 2 straight up announced with trailer. Looks like pretty much the primary cast is returning. No fucking idea what it's about. I need to finish Death Stranding 1, apparently, which I have not done. That's all I know, and pretty surprised considering Hideo Kojima himself said, I'm not doing a Death Stranding 2, and if I did, it would be so radically different of a video game you wouldn't even recognize it.
Right.
And judging by the trailer, I'm true to his word. He did have a little joke in the Game Awards that because Death Stranding was all about long distance and interconnecting during basically a pandemic, and it was made right before the actual pandemic.
Right.
He joked that he didn't want to predict the future again, so there was a script for Death Stranding 2, but he threw it out and rewrote it because he didn't want it to come true.
Surprisingly prophetic in his script, huh?
He's actually really really spot on the money. There's stuff in the Metal Gear Solid games that have now come to fruition that were fiction back when he wrote them.
Sure.
And it's just like, all right, this guy's got his finger on the fucking pulse of what's gonna be.
Yes.
I guess. Having played Death Stranding and the horrific horrors and things and the time fall and the weird little grubs that you have to eat to avoid decayed time erosion, I don't want that to happen. So yeah.
No eating
Also,
bugs in your future? No, not so much.
No. Closest I'm gonna get is Ronto Wrap at Disneyland. That's as close as I'm gonna get. Surprising everybody, Supergiant Games, famous for Transistor, Hades, Bastion, Pyre. I've met the team several times at PAXs.
Right,
like
they're
15
local.
people, super nice. I don't know if they're local, to be honest. I just know that they show up at my PAX all the time and they have a kick-ass booth. They might be local. I've honestly not looked into it. But surprising everybody with their We Never Make Sequels, they're doing a sequel to Hades. Hades 2 stars a different protagonist, it seems.
They are from San Francisco, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, they have a pretty fucking killer booth for being from San Francisco.
Yep.
Good for them. There's a crazy. So when I watched the Game Awards, because I watched it live, there's this crazy like post-apocalyptic like Terminator looking future first-person shooter looking thing. And it's like, oh, what is this game? And then it gets revealed at the end that it's a fucking Transformers game. And I was like, oh, I'm in. What? It's so bizarre. There's a picture of like a decapitated
Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty, and it's called Transformers Reactivation. You don't even know what Transformer you're playing. So it's just like, I don't know what this game is, but I'm about this life.
Right.
Show me more. The only thing that makes me a little hesitancy is so it's made by a team called Splash Damage. Does anybody remember a game called Brink?
Oh God, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say if you didn't, I was gonna be like, that's what I thought. Nobody does.
Yeah, but like, yeah. Very.
Yep.
Niche.
Very niche. Ahead of its time. They were punching above their weight technically. So we'll see. We'll see. Brink was a long time ago. Next in the list here, even though it was the first announced, they kicked off the Game Awards with a Dead Cells animated trailer. As many people know, I'm a huge Dead Cells guy. I play all the DLCs, big fan. A lot of people know Dead Cells is the infinitely replayable roguelike Metroidvania that's procedurally generated. And then they went and blew the lid by doing a straight up crossover with Castlevania. It's going to be DLC in the new year called Dead Cells Return to Castlevania, which is just chef's kiss of all of the things that you could cross over with, the literal type of game you're trying to be. And it's Castlevania. There were some details on their website that wasn't in the thing because it was just a little animated trailer. There will basically be 2 biomes, as they call them in Dead Cells, of the Castlevania castle. And Richter and Alucard will help out, and you'll fight Dracula. And I'm just like, yo, that's about as cool a thing as you could possibly do.
Right.
For that type of game. And the fact that it's, Dead Cells is infinitely replayable, and it's good infinitely replayable. Ugh.
You're in.
You kidding me?
Okay. That's your next stream game, huh?
I mean, I was in just when they were like, oh, more DLC, because I've gotten all the DLCs so far. It's a fantastic game. But Jesus Christ, I don't know. Every time I do a podcast, it's like I'm like particularly gassy. I don't know what it is. I had halibut, and a wife tried her hands at homemade mozzarella sticks
Okay.
for me. So I don't know. Strange game. I say strange because the trailer for it, game's called
Immortals. Yep.
Immortals of Avium.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a 30-second trailer, allegedly in game, of like some city being under siege and some like Bioshocky first person shooter hand magic thing happening.
Mm-hmm.
But the trailer kicked off with "From the minds of Halo, Bioshock, and Dead Space."
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, that's a pretty baller pedigree right there.
I can kind of see it from the screenshots that I'm looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's supposed to be a magic first person shooter,
Right.
whatever that means. Another game they showed off that looked as Grand Theft Auto as hell,
Mm-mm.
but stars like an insane amount of Hollywood talent, including Chuck Norris, is a game called Crime Boss Rock City. The game was introduced by the actual person on stage, Michael Madsen.
Yes.
Um, like Danny Trejo's in it. Donald Glover
Mm-hmm.
is in it. Michael Rooker.
Looks like Vanilla
There's
Ice on the cover.
it's just, huh?
It looks like Vanilla Ice on the cover.
Oh yeah, Vanilla Ice.
Is it?
Yeah, and
Oh, that's funny.
yeah, I don't know what it is. It looks really good. I don't know this in-game studios. I've never fucking heard of them, but the game looks like a really good Grand Theft Auto clone.
Oh, and Sheriff Norris is actually, it's not like played by Chuck Norris. It is Chuck Norris.
Oh yeah, no, it's fucking Chuck Norris. Like what? That's crazy.
This looks like some Pulp Fiction-ish.
Yeah, and it takes place in the 90s.
Nice. Okay.
So it's like super just all about those types of movies, I guess. Whether or not it's any good, who knows? Certainly got some pretty chunky star power in there, though. That's for sure.
Right.
There's a Hellboy game called Hellboy Web of Weird, WYRD, by a game studio called Upstream Arcade. It is in the cel shaded style, imitating Mike Mignolia's actual artwork for Hellboy, and it looks to be a God of War type game.
Okay.
Which everybody's like, Hellboy, God of War, over the shoulder, third person. All right, I'm in. I'm also in. I don't know the studio, but I'm like, those are things I like, and we could use a good Hellboy game, so I'm down. Super super bizarre, since Bayonetta 3 just came out, but there's another Bayonetta game coming out next spring, but it's like a weird top-down cel shaded storybook looking thing. And I don't know enough about Bayonetta to speak intelligently on it, except that whatever this Cereza and the Lost Demon game is, that's supposed to be a prequel, I guess. It's called Bayonetta Origin, Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a thing Bayonetta fans want or need, so I can't really speak intelligently on what it is, except that it does not look like a Bayonetta game.
Okay.
I got nothing. I got nothing on that. There's an extremely action heavy Final Fantasy 16 trailer. Continues to look over the top Games of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? This is the most interesting, perhaps, of all of the games announced. It was a world reveal. Nobody knew this was in development. Game is called Judas, and it is every single dingled thing about BioShock as a gameplay and like a world that you love without being a BioShock game. But get this, it's made by ex team members from BioShock, and more importantly, it's from the mind of Ken Levine, who was the game director and writer of BioShock and BioShock Infinite. Like that's his franchise. And it's a BioShock ass looking game. They showed gameplay, like the hand thing, the gun in the hand, the world, the weird old 50s music, like the whole 9 yards. It's there. It looks really good. It's by Ghost Story Games, and it's supposedly coming out next year. And it's like, if you're a BioShock person, you should probably fucking pay attention to this game because it's by the dude, like the dude, you know. So might be good. We'll see. This had a really cool trailer. From Software announced their next title, which is unfortunately not DLC and or more Elden Ring. Although when he announced it, he said that they're not done with Elden Ring yet.
Right.
They have more things they want to do in that universe, which is not terribly surprising. But they announced Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon,
Right.
and it looks to be it's a really cool trailer, I must say.
Like a first-person mech type game.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Armored Core is like a first-person, sometimes third-person, super hardcore mech sim-ish thing. Obviously, there's been a lot of them since it's Armored Core 6.
Right.
From Software's been making this franchise since 1997, actually longer than their Souls franchise. But people have been quick to point out that Fires of Rubicon looks to be a reboot of the gameplay formula for this series, and it looks to be taking more inspiration from obviously their way more successful Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne type titles, but still being some crazy sci-fi mech game. Yeah, we'll see. It's possibly one to keep an eye on for those people like me who've played Armored Core in the past and be like, oh, it's a game.
Right.
It's not a game I enjoy, but it's a game. So we'll see. Maybe, they're obviously an extremely talented, some would consider even AAA team now. So we'll see what they can do reinventing their own formula.
We shall see.
There's a game called Earthblade. I didn't catch that. I think I was in the bathroom for that one.
It looks like a very stylized side-scroller platformer.
Okay, it's a side-scroller platformer. Okay. This was a big one. Horizon 2 Forbidden West's mega big DLC expansion called Burning Shores, which surprised no one because that name leaked like fucking 6 years ago.
Right.
And it takes place exactly where the leak said it would take place, which is in Hollywood, LA. But looks really good. More Horizon is a good thing in my opinion. I'm a big fan of that franchise. I love the story in that game. Though Sony sure stabbed the knife in and wrenched it, because when you read the details afterwards, while Horizon 2 Forbidden West launched on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, the Burning Shores DLC will be exclusively locked to PS5 only.
Okay.
So a lot of people are pissed about this. My wife's pissed about this. One of my good friends, Killbot, who's been on the show way in the past when this was a Destiny show. Horizon is his very favorite video game franchise ever of all time.
Yeah.
And he heard this and he went, well, I guess I'm done with Horizon.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have a PS5.
Yeah.
And he just felt so wronged given that the base game is on PS4,
Okay.
you know?
I mean,
And I'm
we all
like,
knew the day was
I
coming.
right. I think it's disingenuous of Sony to do that to like it'd be one thing if Horizon 2 Forbidden West was like just exclusive to PS5. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? But it's not. And then the other thing too is Horizon uses the Decima game engine, which is actually what Death Stranding uses. And it's one of the most technically capable engines in the game industry, and they're able to do just fucking batshit insane shit on a PS4 with it. So there's probably no technical reason
It was
why
probably
this
literally
DLC.
development reason to have to develop for multiple input, right? You can develop for
I
the
don't think so
controller,
though.
you can develop for the whatever the graphics card. It probably made the game easier to ship.
I mean, you're probably right that it made it easier on the development end, only working on one
Hmm.
SKU, but their engine's capable.
Well,
Like
sure.
it's
The Unreal 5.1 engine is probably capable, but it doesn't mean that you should have to, you should invest development time into an older console at this point.
no, and
You know,
and I understand
yeah,
that. It's just
yeah, it does suck.
it's it goes back to the Sony thing of their CEO beat the drum of, oh, we believe in generations, like don't look too closely that Miles Morales, which is the launch title, is also on PS4. Don't look too closely that Horizon 2 Forbidden West, that's
Right.
hyped as a PS5 game, is also on PS4. Don't mention that God of War Ragnarok is also on
Hmm.
PS4, and we charge you for the
Right.
upgrades. Like, eh,
Like I said, it was
it's
just,
just
it's
Sony
one of
being
those,
Sony.
yeah, they had to rip off the Band-Aid eventually, and this is the one they picked it on. Like
It's
they
kind of a
probably,
icky way
I
to
mean,
do
they
it.
could have done it with God of War,
They could have,
but
but
they
I
didn't.
don't think
Yeah.
they have enough PS5s in the wild.
Right.
Honestly, you know what
And that
if
might
I
be
were
it. Like,
Sony,
when's this releasing?
they should it's releases in March or April of next year.
So maybe that's their forecast is there's going to be enough.
I
Yeah.
guess. But it's kind of rude to your diehard fans, I think, given that your base game is playable.
I mean, I mad that Halo, which one was it? Halo 3 required me to buy an Xbox 360?
Right, but it's a new game and you knew that going in. It's not an expansion.
Okay.
Like that I think is the key difference. This is an
Okay.
expansion.
Fair.
You know, like it's going to be on the same map. Just you'll be able to go to that corner that the game says, "Nope, turn around." you know.
Right.
So, I think that's the key distinction there. I mean, if I were Sony and they already did all this weird, cross-gen stuff, I would have just held on to, all right, Spider-Man 2 is our big PS5 game.
Sure.
You can't get it on PS4. Cuz, I'd be like, "Okay." Anyways, excited for it.
Hmm.
I'm sorry that my wife and my friends are super upset about it.
Right.
Really weird game. Crash Team Rumble came out of nowhere. I don't know what type of game this is. I watched the trailer. I can't
It's not an arena
tell
fighter?
whether. No, there's like
It's,
it's like a cross between a hero shooter and like a
yeah, because I'm looking at the
uh,
screenshots and it looks like it has like control plates, King of the Hill
yeah. There's
style.
like control plates and there's like a central like flag thing item to get and bring back to your base. And then there's also like a little bit of it that also seems a little Smitey or League of Legendsy too. I don't know what
Sure.
type of game it
Okay.
is. But it's coming. It's by the team that made the new remasters and the new Crash Bandicoot 4
Right.
Toys for Bob,
It's
which everybody
great
says is
name.
a phenomenal team.
It's
So,
great name for a team.
right? Toys for Bob.
Yep.
Um really cool trailer for a game called Banishers: Ghost of New Eden, which is a new
Yeah,
action
Don't
game.
Nod's got pretty good pedigree as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if nothing else, the story is gonna be fantastic in the game. I was curious that it's like a new property. At least I think it's a new property. I don't think it's based on anything.
Right.
But it looks cool. Um, some like fantasy-ish stuff happening, realistic-ish
Hmm.
looking graphics. Um, Another game announced called After Us, which actually looks like a really good game. It looks super journey-ish, sky-ish, flow-ish type game.
Okay.
For those who've played those titles, they know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's like a third-person, dramatically story, but also like actually a game kind of thing.
Okay.
Probably with zero
I see
dialogue.
flying ghost whales.
Yeah, there's a bunch of shit in it. Moving on from that, and this is a little strange that this was on the list for Game Awards because my understanding is that this game is out. Like it's out now. I'm pretty sure it's on Game Pass. A game called Party Animals.
Hmm.
4-player 3D kind of garbage physics on purpose, beating each other up, throwing each other into saw blades and rockets and sharks and sort of stuff. Um, I literally feel like I played this game
Hmm.
on Game Pass earlier this
Might have been
year.
a pre-release,
Maybe?
like a little indie
I
alpha.
mean,
This looks cute.
yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure I've played it. So I'm going to say it's pretty fun. But obviously reasonably forgettable. So, take that with a grain of salt.
Might be one of those party game kind of things, like just get every.
I mean, it's in the title.
But one of those sit back, after a podcast, grab 4 people and just stuff each other into
Yeah.
spinning blades, right?
Yeah, that sounds
Brainless.
good. Sounds good to
Yeah.
me. Um, Surprising a lot of people, big ol' gameplay in-engine trailer for Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty,
Mm-hmm.
which will be, I guess, much like Horizon, will be on next gen only
Right.
and is an expansion, a paid expansion, I might add.
And again, this
But
one definitely makes sense with how many issues they had with previous gen.
yeah, see, like that's like one thing,
If Horizon didn't run so well,
like Horizon runs amazing
right.
on PS4. I know
I
because
get
I
what you're
played,
saying. Yeah.
but Cyberpunk didn't. And as even Digital Foundry say, Cyberpunk as a game engine is doing more next gen things.
Right.
These older consoles are just not particularly capable of. And it looks like they're really going to leverage that in Phantom Liberty.
Right.
I'm excited for this because I like Cyberpunk. I'm also excited that they've had a little bit of a No Man's Sky effect where they've got the Witcher 3 next gen console version that just came out or is coming out in a couple of
Right.
days, and it's free. Cyberpunk is good again. Their anime on Netflix is supposedly amazing.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Brock watched it and he's like, dude, it was fucking dope. I know a lot of people are clamoring for a season 2, but I guess the Japanese animation house that did that was like, we don't have it in the cards. We didn't plan for it. Nobody's writing it. Nobody's doing it. So sorry. But yeah, no, the big shock in the Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty trailer
Mm-hmm.
was we've got Keanu Reeves back, which is fantastic. But that the villain is going to be played by Idris Elba.
Oh, nice.
So we're getting Keanu versus Idris Elba, and I'm like, yeah, all right, that's pretty fucking
Right.
cool. I am so down for that. No release date except that it's coming sometime next year.
Thank you, CD Projekt Red, for your
Classic
right.
CD Projekt Red, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is CD Projekt, just get it right this time, guys.
Right.
Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, I had a good time, but I had a next gen console. Like, I'm just saying, just get it. You know, you've done all this. You've done your PR tour. You've done your time.
Right.
You know, you've won back the hearts of your
The
fans.
dust has settled.
Just nail Phantom Liberty,
Right.
please. Especially since it's going to be the only expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. And they also had a little slide news in there that their multiplayer component of Cyberpunk 2077 is officially canceled. Which doesn't surprise me,
Sure.
considering, you know, they're off making The Witcher 4 in Unreal Engine 5 with their interesting cooperation with Epic Games. So, you know,
Yeah,
yeah.
the infrastructure for that is probably just one of those. Do you want to do peer to peer, a la Destiny 2, and all that, all the headaches involved with that, or do you want to invest in servers? Right,
Hard to say.
right.
Don't know. I didn't need multiplayer in
Yeah,
Cyberpunk.
would have
Like
been
a cool
fun.
like
Yeah,
multiplayer co-op would be neat
sure.
in that particular type of game. Um, but not particularly needed. Big huge gameplay reveal
Hmm.
was the Star Wars Jedi Survivor gameplay, and also a super fucking soon release date. It's out in March. Everybody's like, "Oh,
Oh, they've been working on this
well,
for a hot
okay
minute
then."
and nobody knew.
Well, I think everybody knew they were working on it. I don't think people expected it so soon into next year. Um, but the trailer looks great. Um, some of the interesting features for Star Wars people.
Cal Kestis.
Cal Kestis, main character's back. He's looking a little more grizzled. The actor himself actually came out on stage with a prop lightsaber and stuff to
Oh,
announce
nice.
the game and the release date, which was pretty nice since it is him,
Hmm.
literally in face and mocap and all that sort of stuff. Fantastic actor. I don't know why the fuck they have not put him in the live action stuff, since he literally is his character. It's his face. It's his whole 9 yards. Some cool new stuff you can do with the lightsaber. It looks like his lightsaber is going to get even more transforming options. Slight spoiler alert for Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Later in the game, your lightsaber can transform into a dual bladed lightsaber, a la Darth Maul, and it can also break in half to be two lightsabers. It
Okay.
looks to be getting even more transforming options in the sequel, with little pop outs for like the lightsaber hilt guard, like Kylo Ren's
Yeah.
lightsaber
Okay.
in his things. And the way that's handled in the game is it's different Jedi lightsaber stances, so different attack patterns. So it looks like adding more patterns to that. So I'm like, okay, more gameplay. Looks good to me.
Right.
Still don't know what in the fuck hell is going on with the story with a weird white haired dude coming out of a fucking back to tank fucking Darth Vader looking motherfucker with like one arm. I have no idea who that character is, and I'm pretty well versed in Star Wars stuff. So I'm just like, okay, I'm assuming since the game is called Survivor that it's about the white fucking motherfucker in the back to tank because he's survived or something.
Right.
I don't fucking know. I caught parts of this trailer. I was talking to my wife and grabbing dinner, but there's a Diablo 4 trailer. That's all I know about it.
Okay.
And so, did you see it, Nate?
I did not. I
Okay.
started to watch it a little bit. Like it didn't show me anything really about the game. Like there was no gameplay. It
Okay.
was all cinematic, and Blizzard cinematics are always
Great.
great.
Yeah.
Just
Fucking
showed kind of a female protagonist, human looking. And again, what that has to do with Diablo 2, I have no idea. Or Diablo,
I mean, it's
sorry.
probably Necromancer.
But she didn't look like a necromancer.
Hmm.
Like, and I'm looking
I
at the
don't remember from the
screenshots, and
original reveal. I think you can be male or female for your class.
she just looked unassuming human. Like, so it didn't like it. The screenshots are showing me more than I saw in the trailer.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean Diablo 4. It's about time.
Yeah. They went on to show off a bunch of new characters for Street Fighter 6. Not a
Will it
huge
just
Street
go
Fighter person.
away? Yeah.
I mean, it's 6. It's popular.
Like, but are they doing anything to, like, what are they doing that's different other than?
Well, 6 has an open world component.
Okay.
It does.
Oh, I know, but like, okay, but that's not why you play it. You
True.
whatever. Okay, good. Yeah, new Street Fighter. Just like 2 more down, there's another Tekken. I don't care.
There is a Tekken 8.
Yeah.
It was announced. It looks Tekken-y.
It looks like Tekken. Yeah. It probably plays like Tekken. And it probably has 2 or 3 more new characters.
But it's got better graphics, and it's in Unreal Engine 5, Nate. I'm trying to play out.
I know.
This was interesting because it was both an announcement and a touching tribute. There was a little tribute to Kevin Conroy, the late great voice actor of
Batman,
all the Batmans. There was a tribute, and then also they showed a clip of the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League game, in development by Rocksteady, who made the Arkham Knight trilogy. Suicide Squad game coming out next year, and then they had a clip that showed Kevin Conroy's voice as Batman. And then they also announced that he had completed his voice recording session for the game last summer. And to their knowledge, it will be the last time.
The last property that Kevin Conroy...
The last proper performance that he will have done as the Dark Knight. And given that Rocksteady, honestly, given that I've probably heard everything Kevin Conroy's ever said as Batman, Rocksteady's honestly gotten probably the best, darkest, most raw performance from him in those Arkham Knight games.
Sure.
You know, I've said from many podcasts before, I don't fucking care about a Suicide Squad game. I don't want a fucking 4-player co-op looter shooter thing that has the Suicide Squad fighting fucking Justice Leaguers.
Right.
I don't fucking care about that. Like, that doesn't intrigue me as a gamer, as a DC fan. Like, I don't want that. But
yeah,
I have to say, I might have to do it for Kevin. And I'm not entirely okay with it.
That's why you watch someone else stream it.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. There was a super fucking cool trailer for Warhammer 40,000
yes.
Space Marine 2 that looked just fucking insane from a graphical level. It's being developed by Saber Interactive, and if you're a Halo fan, you might remember their names because they're the ones who did the Halo 1 and 2 anniversary remasters. And they're known as Code Wizards for sure. So, one to look out for. Next one gave me confusion. So I remember a game called Lord of the Fallen, or The Lord of the Fallen, like a while ago. Pretty sure it's on Game Pass, or it was like a PlayStation Plus freebie. And there was a new game called The Lords of the Fallen. And so I don't know if it's the same, like if it's like a sequel, if it's like one of those things like how there's like Alien and then Aliens.
Right.
Like kind of sequel, or if it's a sequel, not sure. But it's a Dark Souls looking ass game.
Or you know, it could be like half the mobile games now where you have Age of Triumph and Lords of Triumph and Age of Wizards, and none of them are...
No,
right?
it's Legend of Rise of...
Right. Yeah. So it could be one of those.
Legend of Rise of the Apex
Right. Of heroes, knights, wizards.
of
Yeah.
the duty
Yeah.
heroes. I don't know why The Last of Us Part 1 is on here since it's already out. They had the actors from the Last of Us TV show and the video game. They were out on stage. That was the thing. Returnal was announced for PC, surprising nobody that one of the very few only PlayStation 5 games is coming to PC. That's the thing. I've heard people though are legitimately excited about this in the PC community, so that's something, I guess. Baldur's Gate 3 had a fucking wicked looking trailer. Game looks extremely graphically beautiful. I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 back in the day, originally on PC. I don't remember them that well. So this is like a crazy, insane step up because that was like the 90s when those games were out. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting because it's handled by a different team. We'll see. There's a cool trailer for Forspoken, which a lot of people are on the fence about. A lot of people are shitting on. I'm telling people not shit on it because it's being made by the team who were the people who actually shipped Final Fantasy 15 after 20 fucking years of development hell and had amazing combat. But they surprised everybody. There's a playable demo for Forspoken right now on PS5. And I'm glad we're doing this podcast because I totally forgot about it. I have not downloaded it. And I watched the fucking Game Awards. So I need to do that. Check it out. Might stream it.
Screenshots look interesting.
Yeah, game. The premise is girl from Brooklyn gets transported to fantasy world, has magic powers.
Oh, Super Mario Brothers. Okay.
Yeah. Game called Remnant 2. I don't remember seeing a trailer for this. I could have been in the bathroom.
Right. It happens.
Sure. It's a game. It's coming out. This actually looked super neat. There's an MMO.
Kind of westerny, steampunkish Remnant.
Oh, not Remnant. I was talking about the next game.
No, I was just looking for the screenshots on it. I'm like, oh, okay, guy's wearing a cowboy hat and has a weird looking like bolt and not or lever action rifle. All right, cool. Remnant.
Fair enough. Next game from Bandai Namco, a game called Blue Protocol, which is an MMO RPG. Looks really good. I don't have much to say other than it looks really good. It's got a kind of a Sword Art Online-ish kind of light anime-ish vibe. But the game looks good, and Bandai Namco has been doing pretty good lately as far as their games are concerned, so might be one to watch. I believe one of its big things in the trailer, unless I'm wrong, don't quote me, was that it would have cross-platform play between PC, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Okay.
Which I would be like, well, it's an MMORPG, it better fucking have it. So that's cool, you know. There's a new trailer for Horizon VR, Call of the Mountain, which is the launch title for the PSVR 2. Still looks good, as to be expected from a VR launch title.
Sure.
There's a new trailer for the Hot. It was announced last year, maybe 2 years ago. It's a 2D side-scrolling action story, light Metroidvania-ish. But with like this crazy cool pixel art that's like
this actually
2D
looks really
but 3D but gorgeous, and like amazing lighting, and it's gonna have shooting and melee combat. It was actually supposed to come out this summer, but it was delayed. It's one of the ones announced for Game Pass. It looks fucking incredible. There's just no two bones about it. It looks fucking amazing. I hope it plays as good as it looks.
I will see it on Game Pass.
Yeah, for sure. Another game announced, and I don't remember this one. Vampire Survivors. I got nothing.
I've been hearing good things about it.
Okay.
But I had like I haven't seen anything on it. Looks screenshots look like it's a card type.
It's a card type. Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It looks very retro.
Okay.
But yeah,
Also
or it's
announced
reviewing well.
was it's reviewing well. Okay, good to know. Also coming out, although perhaps for fans disappointingly only to mobile, is Valiant Hearts Coming Home, which is supposed to be a sequel, I believe. It's a side-scrolling story game based in World War II.
Aw.
Um, I didn't play the first game, but I heard very, very good things about the first game. It's coming courtesy of Old School Games via Ubisoft. Another game that I have no recollection of seeing at the Game Awards, but it's here in our list, is Colossal Cave. I got nothing. It's like a dragon-looking thing on the picture.
Yeah, that's an. I don't know. Almost looks like it's done an original Unreal Engine.
Well, yeah, it does. My guess is it's about a colossal cave. That's all I got.
Sure.
Cool trailer for the hotly anticipated, very strange union of EA originals, but developed by Koei Tecmo. Wild Hearts, which is the Fortnite meets Monster Hunter game that looks like it's going to have some chops on it.
Okay.
Going to be a very interesting year since before the Game Awards, Monster Hunter Rise, previously exclusive to Nintendo Switch and PC, is coming the first week of January of 2023 to Xbox and PS5.
About time.
So it's going to be really interesting. We're going to have we're going to have a proper Monster Hunter and then potentially a challenger to the Monster Hunter throne, as it were.
Sure.
So I wish Koei Tecmo Wild Hearts good luck and stuff. There was the only Nintendo trailer at Game Awards, which was weird, because historically Nintendo's actually had a decent amount of trailers at Game Awards. It was another trailer for Fire Emblem Engage, which, as everybody laughs, is the Colgate toothpaste game of Fire Emblems with multiple timelines of Fire Emblem characters, of which there's fucking hundreds of them, fusing bodies and hairstyles and fighting in the battlefield.
Okay.
It may sound kind of hokey, but I'm told it is a proper mainline entry in the Fire Emblem franchise. And I think there might actually be more Fire Emblem games than there are Mario games for Nintendo. So, they've got an audience. This game actually was super cool looking at the Game Awards. Dune Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
It says an IGN level infinite, but they're just the publisher. It's being made by Funcom, which is an old British studio. They did some ambitious but not technically competent work. They did a Batman Begins game. I'm pretty sure they did not GoldenEye, but the next N64 James Bond game after that.
Okay.
World Is Not Enough. And it was pretty competent. And they're obviously still around, because that was way back in the 90s. But it looked really good. Dune Awakening, it's in the movie universe using the movie aesthetic. Not entirely sure what type of game it is,
right?
But it looks beautiful, and I'm down for Dune. Of course, exciting to now both of us. There was a new Destiny 2 Lightfall trailer, showing actual gameplay of Strand, including all the supers. The Titan has kind of a roaming melee attacking super, nothing new for a Titan.
Right.
The Hunter gets a area effect swinging rope dart thing, and the fucking Warlock gets goddamn fucking anime magic missiles.
Nice.
Which I'm kind of excited about. And they also showed that you can tether to Guardians. They showed
hitching a ride on a Titan, on a Superman Titan.
Titan doing his I don't know what the move's called for the Titan. I don't play Titan.
Yeah, they're Superman super.
Doing his Superman electric
Yeah.
super and getting carried.
Yep. That's gonna
Um,
break some encounters.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it is. But that's cool. That's Bungie's problem.
Right.
Um, Among Us has a new mode that I guess is out now. I don't remember what the new mode's called, but I know that they have a new mode.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why this was on here because I hadn't heard anything about a new mode, but
Uh, yeah, they have.
I know they update maps and
can't-
everything all the time. So,
I think it's hide and seek is the new mode.
oh, that'd be
Don't
fun.
quote me on
Okay.
that, folks. And then Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 had a rather surprising announcement that they're doing a raid for the first time ever
Huh.
in Call of Duty.
Huh.
And not only would there be a big raid, but there would be like smaller, like there'd be like 6 smaller story raid
Okay.
things too with it. I don't know what that means in the context of Call of Duty, but God bless them for trying something new
So
with that
they're following
franchise.
Destiny with Dungeons and Strikes, huh? Or Dungeons and
I
Raids.
mean, it's the most successful franchise of all time. It can do no wrong,
Call of Duty?
even when it's doing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Call of Duty. Yeah, we've talked about it because remember that was Sony's argument that if Microsoft acquired Blizzard
Yeah.
Activision, 60% of their profits would go away, or something insane like that. I don't remember the exact amount.
Oh.
Um,
Sorry, I'm not sad.
yeah, I know. Me neither, and I own Sony stuff. So that was the Game Awards.
Those were the
There
announcements,
was, yeah, those are the announcements. Did you want to do awards or
yeah. I mean, they're quick enough.
you go for it? My voice is dying.
Start from the bottom, then we'll end at the top here that everybody knows. Okay,
Yep.
best esports team, Loud,
What a name!
right? Beating out Dark Zero, FaZe, Gen Z, and LA Thieves. Best esports coach. I don't care about these. Best esports event,
Right?
League of
That's what I
Legends,
said.
right? Surprising absolutely no one.
Sure.
Best studio game direction, From Software for Elden Ring and B&E also for Elden Ring. Beating out Sony for God of War, Sony for Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah. So, yeah, Sony's worried about
Yeah.
money, and they've got, yeah. Okay. Best debut indie game was Stray.
So I was so pissed about this as a person who doesn't like cats.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, fuck you.
I mean, sure.
What? I'm told the game's good by Dame.
Sure.
But I refuse to play a game
where you're a cat
about cats.
Sure.
Even if it's a fucking sci-fi bent. Like, I don't want that. Sorry.
What I don't understand here is there's debut indie game and then there's also an indie game category, and Stray won them both.
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
Right? Like give Tunic the love that it deserves.
Maybe debut means like that's their first game.
Okay, cool. Give Tunic the love it deserves. Just saying.
Oh yeah, Tunic didn't get any love.
Got no love. Best VR game, Moss Book 2, which okay.
Okay.
I haven't played any VR games. I love that Among Us VR was in there. I actually want to try that.
That sounds horrifying.
Among Us in VR? Yeah, it does. Strategy game?
Yeah, it does.
Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope.
So that actually makes sense. So I played the first game. I haven't played the second game, but it's an XCOM type strategic game. You've got points to move. You gotta like take cover and different terrain into accountability and stuff. It's actually very technical. So I imagine the sequel amped that up.
Sure.
So it's not surprising that got a win.
It's so weird seeing Mario as a strategy game made by Ubisoft. Like,
right?
None of that goes together for me.
You know what's even weirder? It's the same for the first game too. Mario made by Ubisoft as a strategy game with music by the Banjo-Kazooie composer. I'm not kidding. He did amazing work, by the way. The soundtracks fucking slap. But it's true. Robin Beanland did the music for both the original one and the sequel.
And we already went over independent game because Stray won that too. Best action game. Bayonetta 3. Beating out Call of Duty.
I mean, it's for sure an action game.
Right. Beating out Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, Sifu, Neon White, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge.
So I take umbrage with the fact that Call of Duty's in there as an action game.
Right.
Like, it is an action game.
Right.
But it's a first-person shooter. Like, a Bayonetta is like you're beating the shit out of people with fucking magic guns and
TMNT
shit or
is
something.
An action game.
Beating the shit out of people with something. Sifu, you're doing kung fu.
Right. And I don't know what Neon White is. I've never heard of it.
I saw it a couple times in the trailer. I remember it a while ago. It's like a first person. You're like running super fast, but like beating the shit out of stuff. And there's like a magic component or something.
Okay. So another beat 'em up side scroller action game. Gotcha.
No, first person.
Oh, first person. Okay.
And you're like hopping between like ethereal platforms or some shit.
Interesting.
To like keep a score up or something, or you die.
Oh, okay.
It's like very arcadey.
Okay.
From what I could tell at videos.
Best score soundtrack, which you could have, any one of these could have won, and no one's going to be mad. God of War Ragnarok won, beating out Xenoblade Chronicles, Metal Hellsinger, Elden Ring, and Plague Tale.
So I take umbrage with the fact that Horizon 2 Forbidden West was not even on the scoreboard there, because the music in that game is so impeccably orchestrated and mixed. Like
and again, but like you look at the ones that
and also
you look at the ones that did make it, and it's like, okay, there's not really a loser in the whole bunch. So maybe it was
no. They're all super good. Elden Ring music slaps. Xenoblade music, of course. I'm biased. It slaps. I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, but it's done by Bear McCreary, and he doesn't suck ever. So, you know. And then I also take umbrage with the fact that Tunic, Life Formed, husband-wife duo, who I was a fan of before they even did the game.
Like you said, Tunic got no love.
Tunic got fucking fuck all.
Yeah.
And it's bullshit.
Didn't even like make categories. Art direction. No. That went to Elden Ring, which fine. But Stray, Scorn, Horizon Forbidden West, cool. God of War Ragnarok, okay.
Yeah.
Like total categories, like an esports game, Valorant, okay. How does Counter-Strike keep getting nominated?
Because it's an esport game, and it's an old one, and people still play it religiously for money.
Right. That's just absurd. All right, best sports racing game. I love that those are combined now.
Yeah, we've talked about that before on and off air.
Yep.
It's such a horseshit double category.
Right. And finally, Gran Turismo 7 won, beating out FIFA, NBA 2K. Those are the perennial winners of that one.
Okay. Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Sure. Let those two fight it out, and let Gran Turismo fight it out with Forza and F1 and
Yeah.
Best performance. Weird. I didn't know that this was a category, but hey, here we are.
It's been a category for a while. Yeah.
Christopher Judge for God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah, again, haven't played it. I'm playing through the first one again now. I was always a big fan of him when he was Tilk on Stargate. I like his Kratos. I assume he gives a great performance. Again, can't speak to how good the performance is because I haven't played Ragnarok.
Right.
But I feel as far as video game performances go, I thought Ashley Birch as the title character in Horizon did a really fucking amazing job. Because ever so slight spoiler alert, she's playing more than just the main character
Right.
in the game. Um, so it's really cool to see her ability to act differently. Because Ashley Birch playing Aloy in Horizon, like it's her. It's, get it. I get it every time. The fridge. Because Ashley Birch has the probably difficult category of she's just using like her normal voice
Right.
to play Aloy, much like how Nolan North does for Nathan Drake in the video games. Um, and she's just so good at it, and she's so rich and full of emotions. But again, I don't have, the reference. For all I know, however Christopher Judge acts as Kratos in the second God of War, like knocks that out of the park. I don't have that comparison.
Sure.
But from where I stand right now, of the games I've played this year, I was like, Ashley Birch kind of fucking crushing it in this game. I'm just saying. So, okay,
All
go
right,
on.
where were we? Hold on. I clicked a link and went out of it. Now I'm back in. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. There we are. Content creator of the year, don't care.
Yeah.
Best family game. Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
So, I hate this category.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what fucking
What is a family game? Like, I'm looking at these.
criteria. Like
Switch,
Kirby and the Forgotten Land, it's got a co-op mode.
right?
Does that make it family? Like I consider family game to be more like 4 people or up, like Overcooked or
Sure.
Mario Party. Those are family games.
Right, and Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope made the list, and then Nintendo Switch Sports made the list, and then Lego Star Wars made.
Switch Sports make sense.
Right.
But I'm just like, I'm assuming the Mario and Rabbids sequel has a co-op mode because the first game has a co-op mode.
Right.
I'm assuming the Lego Star Wars has a co-op mode.
Oh, it does.
Those
yeah.
games usually have a co-op mode.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, is it just co-op mode? Is it games you can play in front of the whole family?
Right.
Is that the criteria? Because if so, sure. But I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. But yeah, Kirby won it.
Okie doke.
Best fighting game, Multiverses.
I mean that's cool because it's new.
Right.
And it doesn't suck, and they're pretty damn competent. And they're also a new team. Yeah, good for them.
Right.
I hope they don't get canceled in the avalanche of change that is Warner Brothers right now.
Right. That's going to be fun.
Like that's the other thing,
Audio design, God of War Ragnarok.
Okay. Again,
Mm-hmm.
haven't played it. I would put things like Tunic or Horizon up there.
Horizon was in the category, not Tunic. Call of Duty made the category.
See, I can understand that. Call of Duty probably has excellent top tier sound design, I would guess.
Okay.
Sure. But like,
and Gran Turismo 7 made it, which okay. I mean, I remember playing when we played Forza. Like, the sound design was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I can't.
But I mean, I look at it this way: like God of War Ragnarok, it's fantasy and mythology.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like your soundscape to work with is limited, and Horizon is real world plus sci-fi robots, and so there's such a multitude of sounds that have to be generated like newly, like a brand new sound you've never heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like,
as opposed to metal clanking into stone.
Way that metal clanking and hitting like a meat sack or something has more advanced sound design than Horizon that has a fucking robot pterodactyl, and they have to figure out what wind feels like on an artificial fucking wing. let alone, they make like robot creature sounds and stuff too. And it's just like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way God of War has a more intricate sound design than,
And
I'm
maybe it
playing God
was
of
the
War 1
environment
right now.
that
I'm
had
playing
to be
God
it was environmental, like how things
man,
register.
I'm playing God of War 1 right now, and in my head I'm just like there's no fucking way that God of War Ragnarok has a better sound design than the first game. It's just going to be the same sound design.
Right. Hmm,
Maybe I'm wrong,
maybe you're wrong.
but I'm just saying.
Games for impact, which I don't understand what this category is.
Things that are impactful, Nate.
Can you define that, please?
You live in California?
Yes. as
You know,
as dusk
things that are
falls.
impactful.
Okay, as dusk falls won that one.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know it's a story-based game.
Sure.
That's the one that's got the 4 frames a second animatic type cutscenes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Multiplayer. Best multiplayer game.
Okay.
Splatoon 3.
Sure.
Sure.
It's a multiplayer shooter.
It it
All right.
it beat out COD Modern Warfare 2, Multiverses, Overwatch 2, and Shredder's Revenge. Okay. It's a choice.
I mean, all I'm saying is the best multiplayer experience I've had this year is in Elden Ring. That's all I'm saying.
Again, what defines the category?
I don't know.
Right? Because 3 of these are what you would consider your typical FPS, PvP games.
Splatoon's a fucking shooter.
Right.
It's a third-person shooter, except it's paint instead of bullets.
Right. And then there's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which is nothing like that. Like,
some of these categories
they're
and
weird.
how
Yeah.
they're chosen
Like,
make no fucking sense.
multiplayer game is just so wide open because I could say, hey, the not Forza, but Gran Turismo 7, that's a multiplayer game,
Sure as fuck is.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Moving on,
Cool.
action adventure, God of War Ragnarok yet again, beating out
And I'm like,
Horizon
okay,
Forbidden West, Tunic. Hey, Tunic got some love on that action adventure.
that's fucking weird, but okay.
Yeah. So did
I mean, there's action in it.
Stray made it, and there's adventure. I don't know about action. And then
I have no idea if there's action in it.
Yeah, Plague Tale Requiem was the other ones in that category.
See, now that I believe there's, my understanding is it's a stealth action adventure game. But yeah, I haven't played it. I don't know. So what won that again? God of
War Ragnarok. You sensing a trend here?
Yeah, that God of War wins everything except Game of the Year.
Yeah. Narrative. God of War Ragnarok.
So again, I haven't played God of War Ragnarok. Daniel beat it yesterday and told me, hurry the fuck up with my replay so that I can get the sequel and play it and beat it so we can talk to somebody about all the story stuff. He said that the story is super fucking amazing.
Okay.
And better than the first one in every single way.
Well, it better be if it won the award.
And I'm like, okay, but like, I question if, and I'm not doubting that it, can't reach that heights. I'm saying based on the first game that I'm replaying now, which is enjoyable, and I do love the story in the first one. Like, I just don't think it could reach like the heights of Xenoblade Chronicles 3
you're wrong,
or
obviously.
Horizon 2. Clearly. And when I play it, like I'll talk about it, I'll be like, yeah, you know what? The story fucking slapped. For all I know, it's a fucking Terminator 2. Kind of thing.
There you go.
I don't know. I assume Kratos will kill people.
I would.
He will say boy.
Actually, from what I hear, he doesn't say boy. And that's part of the narrative.
Okay.
So
we'll see. Either that or the studio was tired of all the memes, so they're like, "You know what? We're just gonna take boy out of the second script."
Maybe, but
Alright.
yeah. Next one,
Okay, could be.
innovation in accessibility, which is a big thing. God of War
I like
Ragnarok.
this one.
Yeah,
I'm glad that this is cool.
yeah. I'm glad this has a
Again,
category. And again, I don't know. It beat out Last of Us Part One, As Dusk Falls, Return to Monkey Island, and The Quarry. As someone that doesn't require a lot in accessibility, I don't know why
sure.
this one, but
I mean, as somebody who works in accessibility
yeah,
for a living, um, I don't know what features God of War Ragnarok has,
right,
but given that it is a Sony first party title and that The Last of Us Part 2 uh, is able to be played by the blind,
right,
I would guess that they probably have also moved over to that game and made that one playable by the blind,
sure,
which is just wicked cool
right.
because these are experiences and stories that,
And I'm really liking that. Like there was that initial pushback of, well, you made the game too easy. It's not meant to be played that way.
Mhm,
And it's a story game, and it's like, no, the story's meant to be experienced.
mhm.
However you play it, like you can put a lot of these games on super easy mode and get the narrative out of it, and it doesn't make you any better or worse as a gamer because you went through it that way.
Sure. I've compared this area of gaming to actually like literature and books, and there are people who are like, oh, you don't read books because you only listen to the audiobook
Right.
or something like
Or you
that.
you watch your
And
anime with subtitles on? How dare you? Or dubbed? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's true too. Um
Right.
that is definitely a thing. It's definitely an elitist type thing. I'm in favor of in whatever form you are able to consume the story
Right.
in, that's okay.
And in a story type game, like
Um,
yeah, you want to make it where I don't ever have to pick up the controller. So be it. I spent my $60 however I want to spend it. Now, yeah, if you're playing Forza with me and I can put my controller down and have my car steer itself,
sure.
yeah, maybe that might be pushing it as far as accessibility is concerned. But yeah, like a story driven game, get out of here.
But look at it this way. If you have one hand
Sure.
and the AI is assisting you, that might be the only way you could enjoy that racing game,
Right.
you know? I will say I draw the line in terms of enjoy the story however you want, in whatever form. I will draw the line to jumping ahead and reading synopsises or Reddit descriptions of plot points because that's not experiencing the story.
Right.
That's experiencing a synopsis, which is not the same
That's
thing.
reading the cliff notes.
So, yeah. Um. All right. What else you got?
Most highly anticipated game, Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. No shocker there,
Surprising. Absolutely no one.
right? Even beating out Final Fantasy, what is that, 16?
Sure.
So, and then the other two on there, I didn't know Hogwarts Legacy was a thing. And looking that it's produced by Warner Brothers, I don't know that
You
it'll
didn't
live.
know it was a. You didn't know it was a video game.
No, I didn't know it was coming.
Oh,
Didn't know anything about it.
yeah. They've
And
been working on it for 8 years.
cool. And it's probably going to
It's
hit the
coming
cutting
out
cutting room
to.
floor because it's Warner Brothers.
I don't think so.
Who knows? Maybe. And then
It's got a
Starfield and
release date.
Resident Evil 4. So
Yeah, I can see that on the other
good
games.
category. Best role playing game. Again, very
I take some super fucking umbrage in this category.
right. Elden Ring won this one, which is probably the right choice. But
I mean,
again,
it is a role playing game.
right. Define the
You make a
define the
character. There's a
category.
fuckload of stats that
uh
are all affectable.
yeah. It beat I'm assuming you're mad because it beat out your Xenoblade Chronicles.
I mean,
Go ahead, let your
Like,
bias
I
show.
guess
That's fine.
I guess I'm an old gamer because, like, when I think of a role-playing game, I generally think of turn-based.
Mhm.
And while Xenoblade Chronicles is action turn-based, there are RPGs, Skyrim, obviously
Right.
Starfield is gonna be one of them, Fallout, you know, and Elden Ring is definitely an RPG. Like, I can't say that it's not.
Right.
Like, it has all the RPG things, it's got all the stats, it's got all the leveling, resistances,
So to
stats, all
Destiny,
of
is
that
it a
stuff.
role-playing game?
I would say to an extent,
Right?
sure.
And again, that's where like the categories are starting to get real muddy like that.
Sure. Yeah. You know, I don't know. It's I feel like there needs to be more subdivision in the RPG category. Like, I would say best turn-based role-playing game, best action role-playing game, I feel would be one in there. Like all those sorts of things.
Sure.
I feel like a subdivision way to this, while it would make the Game Awards longer and have more categories, is really kind of the only way. Because, like, I mean, look at it this way: there are a whole subset of gamers that only play, as they call them, uh, PC RPGs,
Mhm.
right? And it's like those aren't typically available on consoles, so but they exist,
Right. Like
you
the
know,
point and click
or
type RPGs.
yeah, and it's like, okay, those people are just fucking left out, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you do? All right.
Best adaptation, Arcane.
I can't speak to it, didn't watch it, don't
Right.
care about the universe.
Beat out
Everybody
beat
says they
out your
cried in it.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Horse shit. We were robbed. Sonic fans were robbed this fucking this fucking Game Awards for sure.
Best mobile game, Marvel Snap.
I guess Dame says it's good.
Yeah.
I have it downloaded. I don't have a ton of interest in playing it.
Yeah,
But
it
sure,
beat out Genshin, which was like everyone's sweetheart last year, so I don't know why it's still in the running this year.
because it continues, I guess.
I guess, yeah. Best
I
communities.
mean, Genshin's good.
Yeah, it is. So maybe the shine's worn off, and Marble Snap is just again, it's
I
everyone's
mean, Marvel
darling right
Snap's
now.
new
Yeah,
and shiny
yes, it's
and
everyone's
hot.
darling.
So,
So
yeah.
community support, Final Fantasy 14. My dyslexia here. We're looking
I
at
mean,
16. Yeah.
I'm not even mad about it. Like, I know No Man's Sky was in that category as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I also know that Final Fantasy 14 is like the most popular MMO in the world right now.
Right.
So I'm like,
The
well,
volume of
they're
community that they have to deal
probably
with.
doing it. They're probably doing it justice then.
Right. And they were,
know?
butting up against Fortnite, Apex, Destiny, and No Man's Sky. That's,
It's tough competition too.
yeah. Those communities are all very involved.
Yeah, and I know No Man's Sky has won that category like multiple years in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like yeah, they keep putting out free updates somehow.
Right. And they keep fixing
and
stuff.
they're big.
Right.
And it's like, at this point, like, yeah, I mean, I did pick up the Switch version, and it's like, yeah, let me pay you some money, please. Like, I want to keep you guys employed. Like,
hello,
please?
games. Yeah.
So,
Best ongoing game, basically the same players on this one.
yeah, it's the same fucking category.
Final Fantasy 14 beat out Fortnite, Genshin, Destiny 2, and Apex Legends. So No Man's Sky got kicked out of that one for a mobile game. Player's Voice.
Well, it's won enough awards.
Yeah.
It doesn't need any.
Yeah, well,
nobody else needs any more.
It won Player's
Nobody
Voice.
knows it's great.
So whatever that.
Which did?
Genshin Impact.
So I hate this. So a day before the Game Awards, it was trending on Twitter that Sonic Frontiers was winning with 46% of the votes. And like Reddit broke, and we're just like, what in the fuck is happening? And my thought when I read that was, Sonic's been around a long time, and
Right. It's got a
as a
robust fan
whole,
base.
this year has maybe been the best year to be a Sonic fan since the 90s.
Oh,
We
between the
had
movies and
another
yeah.
record-setting, universally acclaimed movie. We had our classics collection that while buggy finally gave us all of our classics in one fucking package to play modernly, the way we've only been asking for 20 fucking years. And then Sonic Frontiers landed and is largely the fucking hit and what we want as a Sonic community. And so when I saw that it was like at 46% or whatever it was, and I was like, yeah, we've come out of the woodworks this year because like we're celebrating our blue boy, you know? And so then at the Game Awards when fucking uh
Genshin.
Geoff was like, once we removed all the bots, Genshin Impact wins. And I was like, oh, fuck you.
Jeez.
Fuck you.
And what is Player's Voice? Is
There's,
just popularity contest?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Next up,
Game of the year. Elden
Game
Ring.
of the Year.
Elden Ring. Beating out
Um,
Stray, Xenoblade Chronicles 3,
I
Horizon Forbidden
cannot believe
West.
that fucking Stray is on that list.
Right.
That doesn't even make so.
Plague Tale
Does it make
Requiem
sense to
and God of
you,
War Ragnarok.
like, that a game you've barely heard about made fucking Game of the Year? That makes no sense.
I guess it was the, pardon the pun, stray from the norm type of game.
Wow. He went there, folks. He
Yes,
went
I
full
went there.
dad.
I went full dad. But I think that's
Yeah.
why it's getting the attention that it is because it's not it's not the same type of game. It's not another MMORPG. It's not another fighting game. It's not another hero shooter. Like it wasn't any of these categories. It wasn't another God of War, right? Which I mean, how many of those type of games are there?
True.
So I think that's the only reason it was in the conversation, and good on it for it.
Well, I mean, I would just also like to point out, pretty cool that Xenoblade Chronicles 3 even was on the
Mm-hmm.
list. It's been more or less a low-key series for a while now, although has been steadily gaining in sales
Right.
since the advent of the Switch, to the point where I think, um, I wouldn't be surprised if one day it's rivaling Fire Emblem in terms of its fan base,
Sure.
because the games are just so consistently good every single fucking time. And they're so big. Like, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, the team pumping out content in this game and the content doesn't suck in the game. It's like everybody needs to fucking take lessons, you know? And obviously, again, as comparison there, Elden Ring took that lesson
Mm-hmm.
because there's so much fucking content in that game. I actually revisited Elden Ring a couple of days ago because it had a free DLC. They've got proper PvP coliseums now in it with matchmaking and stuff. Um, and it's funny because I played it early in the year, like a lot of people, and even going back to it, I'm like, man, this is still a pretty fucking special game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then regardless of whether people like it or don't like it, the fact of the matter is Elden Ring is one of the most critically acclaimed games that has sold the most copies
Right.
of a new franchise ever and is still charting. Granted, not as high as Call of Duty because nothing can ever reach that high. But like, it's still consistently top 10.
Right.
And it's like, it's pretty fucking impressive feat. And there's definitely a certain special something to Elden Ring. I've talked about it earlier this year, as being someone who doesn't like Dark Souls but likes Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm.
and liked Demon Souls back in the day. It does have a certain kind of specialness to it, and especially when you're playing with friends, friends and family members. It has a very unique,
Right.
it doesn't even walk the same path as other co-op or multiplayer things because you can't join from your fucking friends list. You have to go in game, you have to fucking cut a finger off and put it on the ground, and it's a consumable item, and you have to have a fucking weird ass passcode thing. And it's just like, what is this weird fucking shit just to fucking play with my friend?
Right.
And it is stupid and it is arbitrary, but like once you're in and you're experiencing the same brutally
Yeah.
difficult experience as everybody else, and you're just like, you're laughing because your friend doesn't know what's around the corner, so you slow down and they rush ahead and they get fucking skewered to the side, and it's that kind of unique elation of can we avoid this insane death trap together? um and there's really nothing else other than their own games
Hmm.
from FromSoft that they make themselves. Nobody else comes close to that kind of unique experience. So the fact that it won it won Elden Ring, Elden Ring won
Elden Ring of the
the
Year.
Game of the
Yeah.
Year award. Yeah, Elden Ring of the Year. Um, so the fact that it won
Not
wasn't
surprising.
terribly
Yeah.
surprising. And unfortunately, I've been watching the Game Awards long enough to know that it seems to me there's like a game that seems to take like all of the awards, but then doesn't get Game of the Year.
Sure. And that was God of
This year
War.
it was God
Yeah.
of War, and I'm trying to remember what the games were years prior, but it
Yeah, I
happens,
think God of
you
War was
know.
one of those that got Game of the Year that didn't get any other awards.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed that that's kind of a weird trend for the Game Awards. My understanding that the way that the voting works is uh, games media puts together a list, then they vote on the list,
Oh,
then
for the nominees
uh,
themselves? Yeah.
yeah, for the nominees, then players vote for the top of that list, and then player voice brings that game to the top, and then it's selected by a judge, with the exception of the player's voice category,
Okay.
which is pure votes. So, it's a bit strange that that seems to have always been the case. That like games like God of War wins tons of awards, but not the crown. And like Elden Ring won what? What did it win? Won best art design or something?
Sound design.
It won best sound
Or
design?
no, art was it? Oh, I closed
No,
it
no, I
out.
thought God of War won
Yeah.
sound design.
You're right.
Elden Ring won art design.
Maybe. Yeah. Art direction.
Okay. I mean, I do love Elden Ring, but like I wouldn't necessarily say that it has like the best fucking art in the world.
Mm,
I think it's cool art and it's very cohesive, but like I think Xenoblade Chronicles is cooler art. I think Tunic is cooler art.
right.
And certainly Horizon with their wild ass fucking monsters and world design and
Yeah,
stuff.
and like
Way,
Scorn
way,
got in
way
there
cooler.
just for being gross, like gross and meaty.
Yeah, and I've still not played the game, but it does have some fucking crazy art
Hmm.
design. So, it's one of
But
those
like,
things.
I wouldn't even call Scorn like groundbreaking. It's
No,
just
no,
it's
it's
wet
not.
and meaty. It's Doom. Like,
Wet and meaty.
oh yeah, and Elden Ring run
Yeah.
won best RPG as well.
Yeah, okay.
So.
And even then that's a little bit, it's like, okay, it
Hmm.
is. I don't know if it's like, it's probably less of an RPG than say Xenoblade Chronicle, but it's also more of an RPG than what were the other nominees for RPG? Like fucking Mario Rabbids.
Hold on.
And I'm
Yes.
like, I don't understand how that's an RPG because it's
Xenoblade,
tactical.
uh, Triangle Strategy, Pokemon Legends Arcane, and Live Alive? Live Alive? Live.
I think that's a remaster of an old JRPG,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
So like actual RPGs. Yeah.
Yeah, again. Weird. But so it goes. So it fucking goes. I don't really have anything else to say about Game Awards. The last bit I was going to say was I did manage to play a couple of video games on my vacation, mostly on the plane and airports. Had my Switch with me. I picked up all 3 BioShocks for $10, and I was
nice.
like, hell yeah, I'll spend $10 for 3 BioShocks on Switch. And they run very good on Switch.
If Game Pass ever comes to Switch, it's over. Like,
yeah, for sure. And I was specifically playing BioShock Infinite Burial at Sea, which I never actually finished way back in the 360 days. Was having a great time, fucking slinking around and throwing fireballs and shooting people and shit. Great time. My only complaint, specifically on Switch in Portal mode, and obviously it's not getting a patch because these ports have already been out a couple of years. The text in specifically Infinite, not the other BioShocks for some reason, real small. There's times where I was like moving my Switch back and forth like an old man, being like squinting, being like, "Is that the plasmid I want on the guy? I think so." You know. Other than that, great. I double dipped into Sonic Frontiers and got the Switch version, which I already knew beforehand was going to be pretty rough, as Digital Foundries had said. I gotta say, after playing it, it's not that bad. It's very playable.
But it's what you'd expect a high-speed game on a low-powered console.
Well, and as I've already stated about the game, open world, and in the Big League Boy version for Xbox, has just some of the strangest LOD I've ever encountered in a video game. Just popping into existence, and it is indeed worse on Switch, but it's not unplayable.
Right.
It's definitely not like pretty in comparison to its bigger brothers,
but it's playable.
Yeah, it's playable. And I was doing loops and running fast, and even at 30 frames per second in handheld mode, I was still having a great fucking time with that fucking game. And then another one I got, because this was the Thanksgiving sale, so I got some things for Switch, was it was a bundle, Super Mario 3D World, which is a port of the Wii U game, which I actually have from before. But it comes with a new side game called Mario Bowser's Fury. And that is such an interesting thing to play after Sonic Frontiers, because it's Nintendo's version of Sonic Frontiers.
Okay.
It's a bite-sized game. I actually beat it this afternoon. It's about 15 hours long. So super digestible.
Okay.
But super fun. So to put it in perspective, it's a 3D Mario game. But it's open world, like legitimately. You have a big old map, and it's covered in black goo, and you slowly reveal, and the map builds up on itself.
Gotcha. So
with new towers and structures.
Goo of war. Yeah.
Well, it's just like Sonic Frontiers, where every puzzle you solve, you get new structures and new buildings appear and new stuff. And I was like, huh. Interesting that Nintendo is also doing this mechanic. There must be some merit to it, since they're pretty good designers. And then on top of that, you like return to like same like structures multiple times, and there's like new challenge thingies
Right.
to do on there.
Places you
But
can get to
then
that you couldn't without an ability that you get later in the game kind of thing?
no, so they handle abilities totally differently than any other Mario game. So at this point in Mario's history, there's like a fucking litany of power ups: the
Right.
power up, the cat power up, the floaty raccoon power up, the boomerang power up, all that shit. So when you collect power ups this time, you bank them into like a bank that you can pull up on your D-pad and just pop one out for yourself at any fucking time.
Mhm.
So it's like, oh shit, I need a fireball to kill this enemy or this thing. Do I have one banked? Okay, pop it out. Ability pops out, you grab it.
Nice.
It's an interesting, very Mario way of solving like progression. Like, because Mario doesn't really Mario doesn't get new moves
Right.
or whatever. But it's like, traditionally it's like, okay, there's a power up or something like this. And so in a way, like banking a bunch of power ups is kind of like getting more powerful
Mhm.
in a way. Um, the other thing it does, which is very different from Frontiers and kind of wild, is so the premise of the game is like Bowser's gone crazy or some shit, and he's turned into like this giant raging Godzilla kaiju. And like every 15 minutes or so, he like gets gigantic and appears and like tries to kill you like Godzilla. And he's got like a Godzilla laser breath thing and stuff. And he's huge, like in comparison
Right.
to Mario. And you're just like, huh, that's new. Um, but then you're getting, for whatever fucking reason, I couldn't tell you, it's a Mario game and they're Japanese and they're weird. You're getting cat shines. I don't know. It's the thing you collect. And every time you get 10, you can ring this giant golden bell. And ironically, going back to Sonic Frontiers, can go like Super Saiyan Mario, which is a lot like Super Sonic. But you grow gigantic too, but you're on top of the whole, like you're fighting on top of the whole open world, but you're big, so it's like
Right.
little structures and like it's like kaiju battle thing kind of happening. Um yeah. And that's
Okay.
pretty much the game until you beat the shit out of Bowser. But it was fun. It's a neat experiment on the Mario formula that really strangely has a lot of Sonic Frontiers vibes. Um, which is just interesting. Um, yeah, that's what I played. I did check out the new season of Destiny.
I
The
have
new
not yet.
thing with
Yeah.
okay. Story's interesting. I'm I'm interested in the story. I mean, do you
Oh,
care?
yeah. No,
Or you want?
I watch streamers on it all the time and listen to Destiny
Okay,
podcasts.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm
It's
gonna get spoiled.
uh it's Elsa Bray
Elsie.
working with whatever the fuck her name is. I didn't beat Beyond Light,
Okay.
so I don't know all the details. I guess she's working with her
Mm-hmm.
grandfather, who's like an
Mm-hmm.
AI, and they're trying to resurrect
Mm-hmm.
Rasputin and stop Vex. And I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. All right then.
Yep.
We'll see as the story progresses into Lightfall.
Yeah. And again, it's they're giving it to you in chunks where you run into a wall at the end. You know, you do enough things and you run into a wall. It's like, come back next week,
Oh
same
yeah,
bat time, same bat channel,
yeah,
which
yeah. Except the
I
wall's
like and I don't
much more
like. Yeah.
sudden in this
Yeah.
season. I feel compared to
Uh,
the pirate
yeah, the
season.
pirate season I think was actually needlessly long because
Yeah,
previous seasons you ran into that wall
I
pretty
didn't. I
quickly.
didn't. I didn't. I didn't finish the
Yeah,
story.
me neither.
I think I still can though, so I
Yeah,
guess that's kind of nice.
yeah, I
Maybe I
didn't
will.
like
I don't know.
the way like you had to do one thing to get things, so then you could do the other thing to dig up a thing, and then
But Nate, that's how they make the gameplay long.
yeah, and I didn't. It was needlessly long.
True
So
dat. Still didn't get my fucking red bordered tarnished
yeah,
metal that I
yeah,
wanted so that I could craft to get my bolt
yep.
shot. God damn it.
So
So it goes. There's a bunch of stuff to talk about entertainment, but I think we're out of time.
yeah, Yeah.
We can talk about it next time. Those things we'll be talking about next time. Crazy DC stuff and Warner Brothers as usual.
Mm-hmm. And by the time we do this again, I will have watched Top Gun on my streaming service at home.
Cool.
So
Have you not
I
seen
have,
it yet?
but I saw it on a hacked download on my Fold. So
Big eye roll from me.
whatever. You saw that screen. It's
Sure.
still pretty damn beautiful. It was a 4K rip.
It's a wrong ratio though. I finally finished Peripheral today.
Yes.
Actually, I'm all caught up, and much like Westworld, I'm confused.
Of course you are. And the only thing that I'm real pissed about is they still haven't confirmed the next season.
Yeah. I mean, I would hope so. I don't know. What's the crash?
Hmm?
Somebody having sex?
No, wind blowing in.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But yeah, hopefully it gets confirmed soon.
Please, because it can't end like that.
Yeah. Me and the wife finished Let the Right One In season 1. Phenomenal. Highly recommend the show. Loved every minute of it. Wife is also on the True Blood train.
Oh, I kind of fell back into it too.
She finished season 1, and she's like, start season 2 right now. And I was like, oh, okay.
I needed to fall asleep, and I was like, what is on that I can just turn on and mindlessly? Oh, True Blood.
It's such a good trash show. And I mean that with all the love, because I've seen the whole series.
Which is why I didn't mind putting it on as my sleep show. And and the only other thing I've been, I think I'm 5 episodes or 6 episodes into Wednesday, and it's a cute little show.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool.
So the first 4 episodes were directed by Tim Burton, and the rest of them were not, and you can tell.
I'm getting deja vu on this. I think you told me
this. I did
this
tell
at the
you
bar.
this, yes, but I didn't. We did not talk about it on the podcast.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it's a good show. It turns into kind of a angsty teen detective type show. I'm curious to see how it goes. It's well cast, incredibly well acted. So
fair enough. I had I'm old moment with True Blood just tonight. Actually, we watched before we recorded. We're in season 2 now, and the Jessica vampire just ran back home for the first time, and her little sister. I was like, man, her little sister, who's like, I don't know, gonna be like 8 or something in the show. Like, her face looks so familiar, and I looked her up, and she's like one of the main characters. She's like a murderer in season 1 of fucking Snowpiercer, and I was like, huh, she's an adult in that one. Well, fuck me, I guess. I'm old enough now to remember child actors having become adults on current shows.
Don't look up how old Chloe Grace Moretz is and how old she was in Kick-Ass.
She was pretty young in Kick-Ass.
I was surprised how young she was in Kick-Ass. I was like,
yeah, I think she was
13?
like, I thought she was 11 when she started filming it.
Maybe, yeah, for the first one, and 13 for the second one.
Yeah. What a wild time. That's for sure. All right. Well, that's been the end of another far too long episode of The Forking Ear, but with good reason, because we're not sure you're going to get another one before the new year. So if this is indeed the last episode of 2022, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, happy.
Well, we can definitely say
Ramadan, happy.
Yeah, we can definitely say all those happies because those are going to happen before New Year's. If we get one, we might do, depending on how everyone works out, a New Year's cast. But we'll see how that goes.
Well, and we also, we have the rest of December to play the rest of our games so we can start working on our annual Forky Awards.
Yay.
For our games of the year with much better categories than the game.
Best pixelated boobs.
Oh God, I don't know. I guess Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like April. I guess
maybe.
Is that?
I don't know. Bayonetta.
I mean, but that's 3D. Is it pixelated because we're looking at it at the Switch screen?
I mean, they're pixels.
I mean, that's like on Technically the Truth. Like, fair enough. All right. Well, I'm Tim K. Trotter.
And I'm Nate Fu.
Who had a vacation for the first time since 2013 and was thoroughly exhausted by said vacation and then had a long work week and is not ready for the weekend to end the day. Signing off.
I'm just hoping I'm healthy enough to go back to work on Monday because damn, I'm like not gonna ever run out of vacation and sick time unless I keep getting sick.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Until next time, folks.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast. You can find our podcast at www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Feel free to email us at dynamicworks@mac.com.
This is Dominic Armato, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood, and you're listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast.
The Citadel, Arrival, is the first installment in a series of epic science fiction short stories reminiscent of the Pulp Fiction style. It's a fast-paced story that will take you through twists and turns that you will not expect, until they are thrust upon you with all the force, excitement, and chaos of a plasma cannon blast. The story follows Katarl, a nobody cog in the working wheels of a futuristic society run completely by Megacorp, a corporation that carefully runs and manages the lives of the people living under its sphere of power. On one of Katarl's few and far between days off from work, an outing he had hoped would be fun and relaxing turns into an explosive adventure that drags him kicking and screaming into situations and challenges that will make him question every aspect of his life. Watch this colorful tapestry unfurl as Katarl and his newfound allies find their way through this classic, yet oddly surprising tale of good and evil, where nothing is quite what it appears to be. That's The Citadel, Arrival, by author Tim K. Trotter, available right now on Amazon Kindle Store and iTunes iBookstore for only $2.99.
There we go.
Do you still want to do a show, or do you?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we can do a show.
Okay. Fair enough.
Bing. Okay.
Okay, fine. You can just be on the fucking table.
View. Show me in the call screen. Yay. Ugh.
All right, everything's rolling on my end.
Okay. Same online.
Cool. You want me to just launch into it?
Yeah, let's get it cut in.
Okay. In 3, 2. It helps if you do the numbers with me, Nate. In 3, 2, 1.
Cut in. My bladder, yes.
Okay, that sounds good, because I think I will also do a bio break.
Cool.
All right, cool. Cut out.
Okay. Was it a productive bio break?
Me.
Did you make sure to close doors extra loud?
No, because my wife is sleeping.
Oh.
All right.
I'm assuming the fun lovin' has ceased.
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I can't hear it at the moment.
It does sound like the fun loving has ceased.
Cool. Did you give him a hearty round of applause?
No. I'm not gonna do that. That'd be so weird. How awkward would that be?
I mean, as awkward as, your roommate having sex noises on a podcast night.
I mean, in my defense, this is not a normal podcast night.
This is true. All right, back into it.
Ready?
Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cut in.
Okay. Fresh off the tails of a bio break, we are back.
Video games.
Video games. So the Video Games Award just happened.
It did.
Which I didn't get to watch because I was laying in bed feeling ill.